system. So it's by bids, just like property leads. But now if somebody is bid higher than you, or if you bid highest at 400, let's say a county, and the next person is 200, it's only going to charge you 250.
Oh.
So that's one cool thing that they did.
Kind of like a stop loss, kind of, or not a stop loss, but
the next
it's kind of like.
Oh, yeah, so they don't want you to lose money on that. Another thing is, not a lot of people's on their platform. So I was talking to her, and she'll tell me what counties are getting a lot of leads and not a lot of competition in their platform. And then when I was looking at it, not a lot of people's in their platform. And I built a rapport with her. Now she was telling me, we're new right now with this system because everybody left us. And I said because it was too expensive. She was like, yeah, but we're gonna get everybody back. So then I thought about it. I was like, oh wait, so let me do nationwide because nobody's doing anything. So then I started Sunday. I got 10 leads. I got 2 in San Antonio. Let me check right here. At 50. Somebody's bidding at 75. I think that's RJ, but I'm still getting leads at 50. I got 1 in Baltimore, Davenport, Florida, 2 in San Antonio, 1 in Naples, Florida, 2 in Naples, Florida, and 1 in Milwaukee. So
these
6
are exclusive, right? Or I know not every lead is exclusive, but it's your lead, right?
Yeah, it's my lead. It's nationwide. I spoke to them. Most of them are pretty like motivated. I mean, a few of them I still have to follow up on, and then 2 of them I got yesterday.
That's awesome.
But I just leave it on, and yeah, I just started this week. So,
dude, that's awesome. Like, I think Leadzolo is a great company. The only reason I kind of switched away from them is because it was just more expensive per lead. But I think this might be a remedy for that, right?
Yeah, and I think property leads, I like them still, but sometimes it's too rural. Rural. It's like 30 population.
Yeah. It's like you're buying Walter White's fucking meth mobile home.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to get away from property leads, and I need something else to supplement my speed to leads.
That's a good choice. Yeah.
But Leadzolo is coming in. It's coming in fast. The leads. I have to pause it. Yeah.
Oh, so like that's pretty good. I would love to know, like, because you've only been doing it for, like you said, a week or something, but would love to know your feedback, a month from now, and if it's good, maybe we could start showing people how to use it, or maybe you could show it in the future without sharing addresses and stuff like that, how you set it up. But I'm definitely interested, if it works out for you, I'd be down to try it.
Yeah, I got 2 verbals yesterday, and I started Sunday.
Hell yeah, bro.
What is the cost for the nationwide? What are you getting?
50.
And what about, do they do statewide?
Statewide is 100.
I mean, that still ain't bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. And there's not a lot of people on the platform, so right now it's the perfect time to take advantage. If it doesn't work later on, because a lot of people's on it, just hop off of it. But right now, no one's on it.
Yeah, that's where I started at. That's who I originally had.
But before they weren't that bad either, because they were 200 specific county, which is not that expensive when you think about it.
No, some of them's like fucking 400. I never do counties because of that.
I think if you're doing county specific and it's over a few $100s, you might as well just run your own PPC.
Yeah. Well, I tried that too. That's a headache.
Yeah, like, I'm not recommending PPC, but like, I think if you get to a certain level and you're in your niche down in your market, I think people will shit themselves when they hear people are buying leads for $500, but on that $500 lead in a specific county, what's your ROI? If your ROI is a lot, like, that cost is irrelevant.
Yeah.
And people can't wrap their head around it sometimes. Like, ROI, fucking leads are $500 a pop, but I'm buying a few a month and I'm closing these deals and I'm making $100K a month. Like, people need to wrap their head around that, the cost of goods or the cost of the lead and your return on revenue, right?
But some people are not confident at their closing skills. And I see that.
Yeah, dude, that's good to know. Thanks for sharing, bro.
Yeah.
Caesar, what are you working on today?
Just making some calls.
Nice.
Hey, Caesar, so Renee Toledo.
Yeah, what happened?
she ended up she don't want to sell it now.
What?
Yeah, I was like, where do we need to be at? And she's like, I was thinking about it, and I think it's just best for me and my family. Like, I'm just going to fix it up.
Good luck, dude.
And it's. Hello,
is this Damien?
Yes.
Hey, Damien, this is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your property in Florida. I'm a real estate investor, and I was just calling around to see if any investors like myself are looking to unload any properties this year.
No.
No? Are you buying any properties? Because sometimes I either buy them or I wholesale them as well.
No.
Okay, thanks, Damien, for your time. Appreciate it.
Hey,
Oh,
Tyler,
go ahead, Tyler.
do you remember if she got money from the insurance company? I'm pretty sure she did.
I don't know, but I don't know why she wouldn't. I'm pretty sure she would.
Yep.
All right, let me call this cat.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pain in the ass one anyways, but I mean, it was still going to be like, a deal, I think. I mean, I already had a buyer there. One was at 17, one was at 21.
Yeah, dude. I don't know.
It is what it is.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, we was super cool too. Like, we had a great rapport, and so I mean, it wasn't like I thought she was lying and found someone else. Like, I guess she really did.
Yeah. Hopefully, my text message her didn't kill it. I thought it would have helped.
I mean, I feel like it would have helped.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because I had a pretty good rapport with her. She even referred me to her sister.
Yeah, she was cool, but oh well. On to the next.
Yeah, let me talk to this person.
What's up, Jermaine?
Please leave your message for.
What's up, everyone watching? If anyone on here wants to jump up and make some calls with us, they're new or they're experienced, every skill is welcome here. If you guys have any questions in between.
Hello, this is Dr. May Christian.
Hi, May. Good afternoon. Caesar here. You asked me to give you a call around this time. That's all I'm doing. When you get a chance, give me a call back. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions in between calls, feel free to, drop them in the chat. Hey, I want to talk about EMD. I want to talk about closing. I want to talk about contracts. Any topic, is free game. Drop it in the chat. If you want to jump up here and talk about it, I can send you the link. But yeah, in between calls, we'd love to answer questions or, any topics at hand. So drop them in the chat. Mohammed. Noah will be on in a little bit.
Please leave your message for 2.
So Tyler, do you feel a little bit better since you don't have a team anymore and you're kind of just doing it your own?
Options, press the pound sign.
Hey, Mary, it's Tyler Osborne. I believe you was texting with my team about your property there on Delano, saying you was interested in selling. When you get a chance, shoot me a text or give me a call at this number. Thanks. What was you saying?
So originally, like a few months ago, we used to talk about you had VAs and you're using VAs to call, and it sounded very cool, right? To diversify your business and kind of step out and kind of be on autopilot. But with audience knowing that you kind of just got rid of that angle and you're kind of just doing it on your own. Do you like it better?
Yeah. So the main reason I kind of went away from it was just because, it added so many levels of stress and variety. And yes, I freed up some time, but I did it too quick. And then I enjoyed building a team, but it was kind of one of them things. No one will do it like you'll do it and treat the leads like you'll treat them.
Yeah.
And I was itching to get more involved again. And I mean, at the end of the day, at the end there, we weren't doing bad, but we was at that point where I seen kind of what was going to happen. And so it was like cut emotions early. And then now I just jump back in. And I mean, you know, same thing with you guys. You feel more comfortable with you guys on the phones than you would a VA elsewhere.
Yeah, I would never, like, there was a question today with, you know, if you have people on your team, where do you start them? And like, you got to think about this from a bird's eye view. Why would you have a VA touch any new people? Why would you let them touch your PPL leads? Like, you got to think
they weren't PPL leads. I never get PPL leads.
Oh, hell no. Yeah.
Oh, wait, shit. This lady's calling back. 1 second. This is. Hello.
Yes, I'm Mary Matt.
Yeah, how's it going? This is Tyler Osborne. I'd seen you was texting with my team about your place there on Delano, possibly wanting to sell it.
I'm not selling my property.
Oh, we got a text.
I don't know where that came from.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, there was a text on Tuesday that said, "I want to sell." That's weird.
No, I said I didn't want to sell. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. We missed a word there. I totally get it. Well, sorry for bothering you, and have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Thanks. Yeah, she literally sent a text that said, "I want to sell."
Jermaine says, I'm about to do a package deal with Speed to Lead. Let's see. What kind of package are you buying? I would just say be cautious on like the package ones, because they're packaged for a reason. You know, just play devil's advocate. You know, you buy a package deal, you get a bunch of leads, but some of those leads might be like old and recycled. So just know that going into it, and be confident on your skills that you'll be better than other wholesalers. But package ones are hard. I've heard a lot of people in the community talk about like the packages, and you know, a lot of them are just, they've been blown out by other wholesalers. So I would just be cautious on that. I'm not saying anything bad, just I just pick other leads. But if it's a package deal and it's a good one, go for it. Has your KPIs changed, Tyler, since you got rid of the team? Like, you're like, okay, I usually buy this many leads, I pull this much data, and now it's like a little bit different.
It's a lot of bit different, yeah. Well, they was calling. So I still have VAs. I just don't have acquisitions or dispositions. They were calling lists that we were pulling, texting, calling, all of those leads. And now I'm going back through and calling them as well. Like I said earlier, I'm jumping back and forth, but also adding PPL. But I mean, I got, I think 3 contracts out of our CRM in the first week that I jumped back in. That I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have had, you know, had I not called. Because it was more, they're based on more of a long term, you know, hit them here, hit them there, hit them there. All close thing.
No, they're more long goal mindset. Feels like Friday.
Yeah, it feels like something. I've been so messed up with time change anyways.
Hello?
Hey, is this Amber?
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Amber? It's Tyler Osborne. I was giving you a call because I'd seen you'd entered your place there on 27th on my site, maybe looking to sell.
I did. I was curious.
Okay.
So my husband and I are going through it, and we're talking about selling the house. And that's what's going on.
Yeah.
First step in this, I was just seeing.
Yeah, I totally get it. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, do you know what you was looking to get, or?
It's value 210. I bought the property next door. It's the most beautiful property. The house needs some work. It's not bad at all. It's got beautiful bones in it. But like my husband stopped working on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just sold a gutted trailer for $8,000 in that neighborhood. 78. But I want 200.
Okay.
That's because I have a boat ramp on the water. The seawall needs repaired on the other side. There's some work to be done, but it belongs to a family with kids. It's a huge yard. It's just him and I, and it's too much.
Yeah, I totally understand. Is it the little blue house? No.
It is blue. It is blue. You can't pull it up, can you?
I've been trying. I think I found it.
He works for law enforcement, so they hide our stuff all the time.
Yeah. It has the fences out front.
Yes, the wooden fence with shitty gates because my husband built them. But the fence is new. The roof is I would put a new roof on, but it doesn't give me problems. It used to. He's repaired it. There's just stuff that he can't afford to fix, and we're serious. I'm ready to move on.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, can you just tell me a little bit? Is it vacant right now?
No, we live in it.
Okay.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. And I want to discuss it with him as well. I would do nothing without him.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to move out of this house forever. It's beautiful. I mean, it's on the water. It's, but he's not. I can't take care of it, and he can't. Something,
Yeah.
I'm looking for something smaller.
Well, since it's so hard to find here, what's the bed and bath and square foot?
I don't know off the top of my head. I could get that for you.
You don't know the bed and bath either?
Oh, of course I do. It's one bath. There's a long, it was a carport, and we made a nice room, and there's a shower. It's like a little efficiency apartment on it as well, and there's a toilet in the laundry room. So it's one bath. I say 3 bedrooms. I include that other off the laundry room as a bedroom.
Okay.
It's not too bad to me. I mean, I guess there's a shower and a sink in that other room, But like he worked on that 10 years ago and hasn't finished it. You know what I mean? So I'm like, fuck this. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it. I'm living in his ex-wife's house. I'm ready to sell it or divorce them. Something has to be done, and I'm going to do it. And that's how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're definitely motivated.
I'll take pictures for you, and I could give you all the specs you need, all the stats. You know what I mean? So the house was condemned years ago, and my husband built it, went and fixed it all up really nice. And then he just stopped. And that's what's going on with me.
Okay. What would you think, like, as far as when you say needs work done, is that just like paint and cosmetics, or is that like?
Yes. Like, I think I would put new floors in there. Because the floors are, they have wood floors in there, but they're starting to come up a little bit. I'd say new flooring, not a bunch of work. My husband's a drywaller, so everything's beautiful as far as that goes. The walls,
Yeah.
Coat of paint. What do you think, Chrissy? I'm putting siding on the outside because he halfway did that. It's minor, yeah.
Okay.
My husband, he's just a drinker, and it's sad, and I'm tired.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to find this one. I'm still driving around here on this one.
Oh, you're there? Oh God.
Well, no, on my computer driving around. No, I'm not. I'm on Google
Maps. We don't have
Maps.
it on the map usually because he works for law enforcement. Like you can't even pull my tax records up, I believe.
Yeah.
And the taxes are cheap. I think I'm paying $1,400. I just got the tax bill.
Okay. Yeah, if you could you send me over those pictures and stuff just so I can see, and then I'll go from there.
Sure, absolutely, and I'll save your number.
All right, awesome. Yep, Tyler Osborne, and yeah, once you get those over, I will be in touch.
I get so many texts. I was like, I didn't answer. I'm like, let me see here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not playing around anymore. Like, if I'm the go-getter, I'm the doer.
Yeah, I mean that's what.
Needs to happen.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can come to an agreement here and a deal, but I mean, I'm definitely buying in the area. You know, we can get this done pretty easy for you. So.
It's a beautiful property. It's full of trees. It's on the water. I have a boat ramp. There's a spot you can make a dock. When I moved in, bought the property next door. I just did that a couple of years ago, and I married them together. Yeah, I love it. I do love it, but it's too much.
Yeah.
And of course, I'd have to look for something else, and we have to do that. You know, we can't be homeless.
Okay.
So, do you sell as well?
Yeah. Like, where are you looking for?
I don't know yet.
Florida?
Yes. Pocono Mountains is where my family's at.
Okay.
I want to live in Okeechobee. If I do live in Okeechobee, it would definitely be not in the city.
Okay, now so I see. Okay, I finally found it on this one. Geez, she is hard to find. Now, so is it? You said about marrying them. Is that a double lot?
Yes.
Okay.
It was 3608 and 3618, I believe, and I made one address for the homestead.
Okay. Yeah, shoot me over pictures and stuff you got. What you said you think it's worth 210 as is?
That's what we're valued at.
Okay.
I think the property definitely is. I do. I don't want to take any less than. I just don't.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Just shoot me over those pictures so I can get kind of a better idea of it.
I will. I'll take a lot for you so you can see. I'll take a video too.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Then once I get that,
I'm home right now. It'll be later this afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Then once I see him,
located?
I'm actually in Shitty, Ohio.
Ohio. I went to Centerville once. I'm from PA.
Oh, okay.
For 30 years.
Yeah.
Okeechobee is a good little town, but I'm ready for something different.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in Southern Ohio, so it's about time for it to start getting cold. So I'm not buying here right now.
My sister's here from PA, and are you freaked out about it? She loves it. Like the weather now is. I wanted to sell our house in the Poconos, a house here. That was my goal in life.
Yeah,
my father is a realtor in PA.
Okay, yeah, I was in Tampa. I think maybe 2 months ago, and geez, the weather to me from here to there, it was so hot. It was so hot.
In summer, I hate the summer. I'd like to go home in mountains in the summer, and the winter you can't beat it. It's so cold in Poconos. I was going to move back last year, and I was petrified of the cold. But
okay, well, yeah, sounds great. Once you get that over,
and get me thinking, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, once you get it over, I'd love to come up with a deal here, try to get it taken care of for you. So,
perfect.
All right. Well,
I had a realtor here that I worked with, Renee, but okay.
What did she say she would list it for?
She hasn't. She said, this is what she said to me. I said, he has quit working on it. She goes, Amber, I sold your trailer for $78 and it was gutted. No worries. And I had to double it. My mother passed away. It was my rental, and one of my renters trashed it. And we gutted it and redid it, and my husband quit working on it. So I just sold it and bought the property next door. I knew I had to invest it. It would be smart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, sounds good. Yeah, I'll look for them later, and then I'll reach back out.
And send me your email if you'd like.
Yep, I'll shoot it over now.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, bye-bye. You too.
Bye.
It's refreshing talking to a seller that actually wants to talk.
You can't find that. Like even on PropStream, I zoomed in and finally found it, but you can't click it. It's like there's not a lot there. You can't click it.
Oh, it's one of those properties where like it's hard to find in like on Zillow, Redfin, Realtor, Privy, everything.
Yeah, and then I had to zoom in on the map. Yeah.
So I see that a lot all the time. So, what I like to do is okay, so what's your process when you can't find a property? And like we'll kind of go around the circle.
Well, there what I did was I typed in the street, the city and stuff, and then zoomed in and just went house by house clicking until I found it. And then once I found it on Zillow, I kind of zoomed out, then went into PropStream, did the same thing, zoomed in. And like I said, you can't click it though. Like it's literally, he must be CIA or something.
Right.
My Alexa's in there talking to me.
Yeah, it's hard to sometimes when I can't find properties. Well, I know what city they're in, I know what area they're in, and I just can't find the specific house. But I say, well, how many bedrooms, how many baths, how many square footage? Then I just kind of work around the comp, knowing that it's in this area, but I just can't find the property. I'll kind of like, shoot blind sometimes, and just based on the square footage and what that market is, I'll see what their price is good. If it's relatively in a good bucket, I'll dig in and get more information. But if you can't find the property right away on your phone, while you're on the phone, don't freak out that much. Just kind of get a ballpark of the area, right?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get square footage and stuff. I was just going to comp it against another property, but she didn't know. But I mean, she's motivated to sell, but her price is high. But it's hard to exactly comp it without. Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having an issue moving that house McAllen. I've just made some calls and trying to find people. It's been a bit of a bugger.
So go through all the processes that you've not failed, but like you did this on InvestorLift and it's not working, you're not getting traction. What have you done so far?
Well, I posted on InvestorLift.
Mm-hmm.
I went to God mode because that's the only mode that I have. I don't have like the InvestorLift mode where you can actually see like
Artemis and all that.
Yeah, the InvestorLift's like
Artemis
Rolodex,
like the CIA style stuff.
Yeah, exactly. The actually good stuff. And I didn't realize like that was how it was. I probably wouldn't have got InvestorLift, honestly, with just God mode. And God mode is okay, but just not exactly great for this. I posted and I basically just one, but I mean he was basically like, hey, I think it's too expensive for me. I'm not looking for like a big, it's probably going to be more of a renter, not a flip. He's like, I bought a place for 50 grand and sold it for 65 near there. But that's not really what I'm seeing as far as comps. He doesn't want to actually do like a real flip. He wants to just kind of like go in there and paint and kind of like try to basically
like lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, it sounds like he's kind of like trying to like wholesale a deal by just like putting a little bit of money into it and then trying to sell it. So,
Have you submitted it to Titanium to see if? Oh well, you already got it listed on InvestorLift, but well, it's in Texas, right?
Yeah, it is.
Did you post on Facebook Marketplace?
I did.
Okay, that's good.
I did.
I had a question too outside of this real quick. Because I just seen it. Is listed properties on Property Leads a refund?
Say it again.
Yes.
Listed properties on Property Leads.
Unless you bought a listed property, right? So if you bought the lead and it's they'll like give you like a heads up, like, hey, this lead is listed.
Yeah.
If it's one of those, then no. But if it's not listed, and you'll say in the in like the body of the actual lead.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. You're good.
Just not moving.
Yeah.
Do you have the InvestorLift link? Let's take a look at it.
Yes.
When you do the God mode, Noah, does it give you the phone numbers for the buyers?
Yeah, I mean, so like there's skip trace numbers. The hard part is that like there's, I mean, it's not a rural area necessarily, but it's definitely like, it seems like there's quite a few people, but I think that like I was looking at more buy and hold because the flips are not very like, there's not a ton of flips.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, no, I'm just saying if you have those phone numbers, then you need to start calling those buyers.
how do you mean? You mean
said
just
it's
go into God mode and just like scrolling down and
yeah, that's how we do.
I called for like an hour, 2 hours the other day. We're just running through leads or through those. I think the hard part is sometimes like I don't know how they get the data because some of these are like they have like a score of like 1,000 or 2,000, and it's like, is this someone's primary residence that they're living in, or is this, is this a real like investor? And then I'll also like if I find them they don't have like a good number, I'll copy and paste their name and.
Oh, hold on, a seller's calling me back.
Go.
Hey, Brandon. Morning.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Wonderful. So, hold on. I just had you up on my screen. So the 417 buyer backed out, or what's going on?
Yeah. I had a private investor I was working with on that one, and he just couldn't secure the hard money that he wanted to in a matter of time. So so he backed out. But he was a private investor guy. Was getting his own hard money loan on it, and it just didn't work out for him. So
got it.
Just calling around, recasting that net back out for that property, and seeing if there's any other see what the other bites are for it.
Yeah, and then you had it under contract for 1.3, was it?
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I told you before, I mean, if you want me to work on it, I can. The only thing I would do is I would just wholesale it. I can get it under contract with you for 14 days. I don't need too much. I just need 14 days to find a buyer. I can try to move it at 1.3, but just looking at the numbers, which you and I had a pretty deep conversation about it the other day, just looking at it, man, I really feel like it's going to land anywhere between 1.15 to 1.2. So I don't know if you're going to be willing to be flexible if that happens.
No, I'm not, because I've got to pay off, so I can't do it for less than my mortgage without burning hundreds of thousands of dollars on that. So I mean, my absolute bottom dollar for that one is 1,275 to be able to pay off my note.
1,275, and you said that it's $140,000 worth of rehab.
They said between 125 and 140. So that's the high end.
Okay, so 1,275. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I can try it. If you want me to try it, just like I said, just give me 14 days. I can send you an agreement just for a quick 14-day turnaround. I wouldn't even need the full 14 days. Probably within the first 7 days. If I hear crickets, then I'll just be upfront and honest with you. Like, this is not going to move. Or if we have interested buyers, then we move forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So write me a purchase agreement with a 7-day due diligence period with a refundable deposit, and we'll be fine. And then if you don't hear anything at that point, then just take it away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to let you know, since I'm not the end buyer, I'm not going to put in any EMD. Once I do find a buyer, then that buyer will put in the EMD.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and send that over to you. What is your email address? Give me a second.
Yeah.
So, can you text it to me? Just it's a lot easier for me to just copy and paste it, just in case.
Sure. Yeah. I'll just text it here.
Cool. You were going to say something?
Yeah. So I mean, write however you want to do your purchase agreement. If you just want to write it with just a variable, assignable contract and a variable floating date or whatever.
Yeah.
Obviously, the only thing I need is whatever price you get. I don't really care. I just need, I can't have you changing the 1,275.
Yeah. I'll and then yeah, exactly. I got you. We're good to go on that one.
Okay, and so 7 days. Give you 7 days. If you feel like you'll know at that time.
Yeah. Well, today's Monday, so usually what I do is I blast it on Monday and Tuesday morning is usually a pretty good days for me to blast it. So if you can give me to like next Wednesday, I'd know for a fact. That'd be cool.
That's fine.
Okay. Cool. Let's do that. All right, man.
All right. Send me the agreement. Thanks, buddy.
Cool. Later. Yee. All right, Noah. What were you Oh wait, she might be on the phone.
Hey, this is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your property in Florida. I'm a real estate investor as well. I was just calling around to see if any other landlords are looking to sell a property this year.
No speak Spanish?
No habla inglés.
No, sir.
Oh, are you selling your house?
No.
Hi, gracias. Adios. We need a translator on here.
That's a hard call to get or to make. You're like, oh, can't really do much about this. All right.
You got a nice one. That's whatever.
But yeah, it's just not. I don't know how long you guys usually like to give it.
Well, put the address in the private chat. I'll look at it real quick.
How do you do this? How do you share it?
Google Translate works in real time. I use it. Oh, nice.
I had a buyer look at it for 7 minutes and 32 seconds. And he only looked at 2 images, but I don't know.
How do you know that if you don't have Artemis mode?
So
you know what I mean?
They're sneaky with it, right? So you can buy a lead if you see it because they kind of like give you almost like a little snapshot of Artemis mode.
Like gatekeep it, kind of.
And then they block out half the numbers in the email and the name, and you can unlock the buyer for 5,000 IC coins. So they're basically like $25 a lead if you want to open them up.
Oh yeah, fuck. Because like when I think about like Investor Lift, like the Artemis mode is huge. It's huge to know who's looking at,
Yeah. Yeah, it's massive, dude. When you don't have it, it's like I remember what you said, Caesar. I'm just also at a place where I'm trying to make sure that the funds are there to be able to actually get leads and be able to get deals and not just blow through all my cash because I've already gone through like a lot of it, that I've set aside for this. So it's hard to keep committing to spending money when I'm like trying to see some return.
But it's kind of like those, those memes on, Instagram where you have this image of 2 individuals mining for gold. And like the one guy is so close, he just needs one more hit and he'll get the gold. But then the other guy kind of gives up, right? So I always have that kind of perspective where like, yeah, I'm burning through a lot of cash, but this is business and you need to spend money in business to make money, of course. It's kind of hard buying all these fucking leads and your bank account goes down and it's not replenished with more money, right?
Yeah.
But everything lines up. You just got to keep the path.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, I've spent a really solid amount on leads and software, like even buying this, right? Like buying my Investor Lift, and just all kinds of stuff like this. Like my marketing, I spent.
Is there enough spread on there, Noah? I mean, as far as like the profit calculator?
For the end buyer?
Yeah.
I mean for a flip, if it was going to cost $30,000 to fix up, the flip would be about $32,800 profit.
Okay.
At 185 ARV. So I'm being conservative on the ARV.
Got it. Okay.
And then on the rental side, it would be a 1% deal and 30% equity at 185.
Okay.
So like the deal, like, I mean, the numbers, I think the numbers make sense. I mean, you could basically buy it, rehab it, refinance it, and get money out.
Will you drop the address in the private chat? I can send you the investor-based buyers.
Let me
Yeah.
see.
That'll be really good for you, especially if you don't have Artemis mode or nothing.
Yeah, it's what Tyler's suggesting. It's kind of like God mode, but God mode adds users. Like I'm a user on InvestorLift. I'm not fucking buying, right? So you're gonna get people that are like me that aren't buyers, right? But with what's it called, Tyler? Investor base?
Investor base, yeah, it's based off of actual transactions, county data. These people are buying.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's way better.
Use
like,
code Tyler.
Yeah, like I don't even use
Sorry.
use God mode anymore. I think Kathy uses God mode just to see, you know, where people are buying at and the numbers, but we don't really use God mode to find investors. We're just using God mode to run the numbers to see, you know, where the deal needs to be. But with Tyler's saying with investor base, we use that mode over God mode on InvestorLift because it's better data.
Yeah, so our first thing is investor base. And then we go into, I don't have cartel mode or nothing either on InvestorLift. I have Falcon. So I have Artemis mode, but it's still only a third as effective as like what Caesar has. So it's not my go-to really either.
Yeah, it's tough because you're spending quite a bit of money on.
No, when's the closing date on that one?
Closing date is the 31st, I want to say, or the 1st. It might be the 1st. It's basically end of this month, beginning of next month.
Okay. If you want, give it a shot with your investor base. Do what you need to do. And then by middle of next week or towards the end of next week, if you want to JV it, then I can just put it on our investor lift.
Okay.
Just give us like I just want you to like give it a shot for yourself, so I don't cut into your, you know what I mean, to get the most margin you can get. And then if you're not having any luck, then what you'll do is you'll just take it down from your investor lift, and then we'll just copy exactly the same thing and we'll put it on ours, and it'll just go towards a lot more people.
And I'm open to feedback on my write up. I just kind of was like the last couple I've just made calls and I haven't even posted it. So I don't really have like a specific system of like how I like to do it. So
will you drop me your email?
Yes, sir.
I got 98 for you. That's within a year. I always keep it with a year because at one point we was taking it out to like 2, and then it just gets all discombobulated.
Sure.
It kind of turns into God mode.
How much is investor base?
$250 a month.
No way.
Yeah.
But you could team up with people like all of us could share Tyler's account and pay him money. You know, if you can always look at it that way too.
Yeah, because I just give it to Danielle's team yesterday.
I know Randy has investor base, so you know I lean on him sometimes. Tyler leans on us sometimes for investor lift.
Yeah, typically what I do is if you just need something, just shoot me an address, and it might not be instantly, but I'll just get you a list and just send it over to you.
Dude, I'll kiss you on the lips.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Hell yeah.
Hey, it's 2024, gents. 2024. Don't ask, just tell everybody.
Oh, dude, this is great. $250 a month.
Yeah, it's a game changer.
Like a bag of Doritos a day.
Is what are you using primarily for Dispo?
Investor base.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you even have investor lift?
Yeah.
What do you use it for?
To spend money.
Yep. Just blast some emails and pull Artemis mode.
So
yeah. Then also,
mode,
Yeah.
Then I think if investor base could post a deal, like that'd be amazing, because I like Investor Lift because you post a deal. It's working for you, right? It's a listing, so that's a good part.
Yeah, investor base. You don't list it, Noah. It just gives you the buyers, and you call them. Which
it's a pretty cool business model. Like
a deal, you gotta call them anyways.
You gotta call them, yeah. I mean, I'm not afraid to jump on the phone for sure. It's just I feel like with Investor Lift, you get on there and you're like, okay, so this guy bought in 2015 or 1997. I was like going through and I was like, oh, this guy bought a house like pretty close, and then I looked over and he bought it in 1997, which is when I was born. You know what I mean? He's not like an active buyer. The guy's probably not like.
Yeah, that's what all the ones I just sent you are within a year. And so then people aren't going to know, like, how with Investor Lift, at some point they signed up for that, so they know probably where you got it. You'll get a lot of these people like, how'd you get my number? They're just kind of confused. And I'm just like, oh, I got this. I just tell them, I got this system. I see you're buying, etc. But they're like, oh, that's crazy. Like, they never signed up.
And also Noah, too, on, like, we're talking about cold calling buyers, right? And if you have a good deal in a good market, or let's just say a good deal, calling buyers, cold calling, like with pulling data, like, God Mode and Investor Base, that's kind of like our Hail Mary. Our first play is running it up the middle, right? Posting it, Artemis Mode, inquiries. That's our, passing and running. God Mode is Hail Mary.
Yeah, which is frustrating because that's all I have. So my Hail Mary is my running it up the middle.
Well, now you got me, so you just message me.
That's actually badass because I mean, like for me, the Investor Lift. I mean, the hard part is, I mean, and I know I can get on some. I know there are workarounds to be able to get better system with Investor Lift without having to pay all of it. It's just hard. It's just hard when you've already spent,
I mean, if mine was worth a whole lot, I'd let you join mine, but my mode still isn't that great.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if you're nationwide, then it really ain't.
Yeah, because you have to like choose your counties and stuff. So annoying.
Yeah, so like all the buyers that I got are in Ohio. And so now I can't type in an address like Caesar and text 1,000 people. I might get 12. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so for mine, I have to like I can still do a text blast or an email blast, but it is to, I don't even know who it's to, honestly. I don't know if it's to God Mode or if it's to like actual people, but I have to pay like with these IC coins. Do you know what that is?
Do you rent buyers?
What do you mean?
They have a new feature on there where you can rent buyers, but I assume it's expensive as shit. So that's what I was going to ask you. I'm pretty sure it's super expensive.
So on mine, right? So you post an ad or you post a property and then it gives you can go to your property and scroll down and it'll say like Artemis, or you can click on Artemis Mode. It's like a little wand that says Artemis Mode. Click on that and you can scroll down and it has all the people that have looked at your property, just like Artemis Mode, and how long they looked at your property. But all of their names, except for the first and last letter of their names, are blanked out. Their email and their phone are all like half blanked out. So then what you could do is you can go over to the right and click buy lead. And you can buy the lead for essentially $25 is what the coins are worth.
So that's the difference in mine then is I can go in there and I'll see their name and see their number.
Yeah.
I can't see email, but I can see the name and number. And a workaround I do, it's maybe a secret, it may not, maybe, I don't know, but I'll just say it. What we do is create a property and then don't even send it out or nothing yet. And then go to Artemis Mode and then click on the deals nearby.
Yep.
And there's usually like 5 or 6 deals near there. So that these people haven't necessarily looked at your deal, but they've looked at one within a mile or two. And so you're just going to have a lot more people in there. As opposed to, say your deal, 5 people looked. Well, 200 people looked at these other 5 that's right down the road.
Yeah.
But if you can't see the, I mean, yeah, that's the only difference in mine then, I guess, is I can see the name and number.
Yeah.
But that costs an extra 15 grand.
I know, that's what I was about to say. I was like, yeah, how much are you paying though? Like,
well, like I was talking to John Looney, and he, right when he joined, he hit me up because he asked me a bunch of questions because he was new and he saw, like, you know, we were in the game for a little bit. He's like, man, I just, you know, you guys have Investor Lift? I'm like, yeah, I got Investor Lift. And like the next time I talked to him, he's like, yeah, I just dropped like 15K on it. Like, just fucking taking action. I like that. I was like, God damn, that's expensive.
Yeah, to me, you have to have lieutenant mode or above. If you get lieutenant mode, you're good. I believe that's $40,000 though.
It's like 35, yeah.
Yeah, 35, 30. We just upgraded the top tier literally yesterday or over the weekend.
Cartel?
Insane. Yeah.
Oh,
like
man.
50 or 60.
A month? I mean, a year?
Yeah.
Can you notice a big difference in it from lieutenant? What's the differences?
Dude, big difference so far. So we'll see. We'll put it to the test today.
Just like more buyers?
Yes, more buyers. Yeah. Even when I was buying leads the other day, I put it some of the cities there, and I can tell it's rural. I'm like, whoa! I'm like 800 buyers versus the usual like 200 or 100. You know, so I was like, okay. So what we're gonna do is there were a couple of deals that we were gonna cancel because it's rural. We weren't getting enough buyers. So we're like, okay, let's hold off on it and let's see. I was like, Tom, reblast it today. Let's go to him on it the next couple of days and see what happens, you know? So we'll see.
So what you were saying used to be your 100 or 200 buyers is like 10 on my end. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Exactly. Let's see. All right, boys. It's one contract done for the day.
Nice.
You got a contract?
Yeah, it was that guy.
Dude, you got to be like a typical Hawaiian where you get one thing done, like, okay, I'm out. Time to go surf.
I'm done.
Are you Hawaiian, Caesar?
Yeah. No, I'm Filipino.
Oh.
But I'm in Hawaii right now. That's why he made that comment.
Well, my stepdad's Hawaiian and his whole family, and they live in Hawaii still.
Oh, nice. What part?
Oahu, I think. Some of them. Like, maybe not there, but that island. Wamanalo, I know they're there, some of them.
Nice.
And I got a buddy down there who's super big into real estate. Over there, up there, down there. I'm not sure geographically where it is. I'm thinking down.
Somewhere where it's green.
Somewhere it's warmer than here. I know that.
Dude, I'm always talking to Kathy, like, you know, I love wholesaling because you could structure your life around it. Like, let's just say you want to travel the world, or not the world, but like, I like Hawaii, right? So I was thinking, okay, we're in real estate. How do we make this Hawaii trip a write-off, right? Maybe you go to some real estate meetups in Hawaii. You maybe do some fucking sub-2 DTA in Hawaii just to have an excuse to go to Hawaii every few months a year to write it all off. You don't have to pay yourself a regular income at a high level. You just write off those expenses and you pay less taxes to the government. So, you know, I'm always trying to come up with solutions or, you know, ways to like, okay, well, if I like going to Vegas a few times a year, how do I make that where the business pays for it? You know, like I always think like that. And I'm sure a lot of you guys do as well. But, you know, for someone that loves Hawaii, I'm like, okay, well, maybe we should target, you know, Oahu, GTA, a few emails a day just to show the IRS like, hey, we're actually doing deals in Hawaii. That's why I wrote off all this shit.
Yeah, that's why I went to we flew down to Tampa to meet RJ and them.
Right.
Just a quick getaway, quick little 3-day trip in the sun. Throw it on the company credit card and write it off later.
I'm looking at Investor Base. I'm looking at what you sent me. Do you just skip trace these names, or how do you
Oh
find
shit!
them?
I didn't skip trace it. Sorry.
Oh, they already skip traced it.
Oh, hang on. I forgot to skip trace it. My bad.
No, you're
You
good.
have to click a button. You have to click a button, and it just to save the data, so it doesn't take longer to load. So it'll present the data without the skip trace, but you just have to click the button. They're already skip trace.
It was just pretty unprofessional to send me an email like that without the data.
Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro?
This free data.
Go find the numbers. It's free.
It's like, here you go. Here you go.
The funny thing actually is, like, I was looking at these names, and some of these numbers are numbers that I call, or some of these names are names that I called from the God mode.
Investor Lift.
Yeah, and I didn't get through to them because I don't know if the numbers were like, there was a ton of numbers, so I called through. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll take their name, because I also have like a White Pages subscription. It's like $5 a month or $10 a month or something like that. And if I can't find them, if I'm like running out of luck, or there's like 20 numbers and I haven't gotten them, I'll try to drop it in there and just
see if that email's fixed. I do that sometimes because you have to hit the button like Brandon said, and then you have to research it again too. You can't just hit. You have to.
Yeah.
It's literally the whole site is 3 buttons, and somehow I messed it up.
You're good. I was totally joking with you.
It's a pretty cool like business where like they only show data for people buying properties, right? So like it's a pretty cool business. Like if you own that company, Investor Base, you're basically just aggregating data and presenting it to people, and I think it's pretty dope.
Well,
I think it's a great business.
The guys are super cool too. Like they're just like how Gene and Yuri are on Speed to Lead. Like I've been on the phone with them multiple times. They asked me what should be changed. Like they take into like what you think. And one thing I told them, which they're coming out with, maybe they already did, is where you can like star or favorite a buyer. Like, okay, this is the guy that brought this property over here, and then like save him for future.
Do you think they're going to try to
like verified, kind of like on Facebook or like Twitter? Kind of.
Yeah, like here's my VIP. Like I just bought him.
Oh, that's cool.
Or sold to him.
Do you think they're going to try to mimic or create a better, not a better option, but like a different option than Investor Lift? Do you think that's their game, or are they trying to niche down into this?
They're definitely not trying to match Investor Lift, for sure. Maybe they put something where you can post it. I don't know, but I know that they're not trying to be Investor Lift, for sure.
Which is cool. I mean, there's definitely a niche here.
Yeah.
I just think it's hard because it's like God mode, like it's pretty damn expensive for what you get for the lowest option, like the lowest tier option. I was like kind of surprised. I was like, oh man, like this is like the, I mean, I guess you can post, I guess the value's in being able to post it. It's like a off market MLS, but
yeah,
I was like, man, like I think I don't know what it is. It's like, I think total, what is it? It's like 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I think it's $2,000 a quarter if you pay monthly. So it's basically like $1,000. No, it's like whatever $2,000 a quarter is. So you guys can figure it out. But like it just seems like a maybe I'm being short-sighted. It feels a little bit clunky to use. But I guess the hard part is that I had a deal. The frustrating part about all this is what happened was I went into this and I had like 30 grand that I was like, hey, I set 30 grand aside to be able to start this and really just like dive in. So I jumped in, bought leads. My very first lead I bought on Speed to Lead, very first, not like lead number 1, called him, got it under contract within, like it's 1 call close under contract. Great deal. ARV in the area was like 750, between like 700 and 750. Got it under contract for 495. Got it assigned before I even had the signed contract back from the seller.
Dang.
They got on Investor Lift and was just banging out the calls on God mode. Some commercial developer who's buying it for his girlfriend 2 days before closing, I got a text that just said, "Hey, we're not going to move forward on this." And I was just like, so we got far enough into the contract where like their due diligence was already done. Like they had already, I made some mistakes with like earnest money. They didn't send in earnest money. I was just like, he was so gung ho about buying it. I made mistakes on that. But then he basically just like, he just didn't they backed out 2 days before. And so what happened was, because of that, we got down to like 3 days before, and I was like, oh yeah, like we're past the due diligence. They're for sure wanting to buy it. They're like ready to go. It was more of an emotional purchase. It wasn't just numbers, which is probably the issue. But I kind of took that and kind of counted the chickens, and started being like, okay, now I'm going to start, like, since I already have one locked up, I'm seeing some success right off the bat. Like, this is great. Bought investor lift, spent a bunch more on leads. I spent $7,500 on lead gen, on a marketing company for a setup fee, and then $3,000 a month after that. I was like, cool, let's go. Started like shelling out and trying to get everything set up. They backed out 2 days before, and so now I'm like holding the bag a little bit without the revenue, and I want to conserve what I have left to be able to to be a little bit more tactical moving forward. So
yeah, the ups and the downs of this.
You know what? I was talking to my wife the other day, and I was like, and this is for other people watching this too, but like, sometimes you get into something and you're like, oh man, I think a lot of people try to sell it as a very simple and easy way, and it is simple sometimes, but you get into it and I think there's a lot of atrophy with wholesaling just because the barrier to entry is so low that people will get into it and be like, yeah, hell yeah. They'll get into it. They'll see these guys like Looney and like Frost. I think it's Ben Frost. He did like 500,000 in 90 days. Yeah. And you see these guys and you're like, holy cow. And you kind of like, I don't know. I think sometimes, at least for me, I'm an eternal optimist. So I like see these opportunities. I'm like, see these people crushing. I'm like, I can do that 100%. No doubt. Like, I want to be at 100,000 a month. That's like my goal. And then you get kicked in the face, like 50 times. You're like, geez, man. And then you have to realize, like, okay, if you wanted to be doing $500,000 in 90 days, or, doing these deals like a lot of people are doing, you kind of have to be able to it's not going to be.
Yeah, it's not all roses, that's for sure. We was struggling. We still, I ain't going to say still a whole lot, but I mean, definitely been struggling with the dispo. Just, I mean, the market shit and everybody's scared or whatever excuse.
Hopefully tonight that changes.
Yeah. So now, like, I mean, we've switched a few things. Caesar helped me a lot. We tweaked some things. But I mean, shit, we had to cancel some deals. And that just, for that week, it just takes you down. You're like, damn, like, what am I doing? Like, I took a step back and was like, do I even know how to comp and underwrite? Like, am I messing up? And so I made a video and posted it in the Facebook group. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, but I was just like, here's where I'm at with this. Somebody tell me what's going on. I don't want no fluff, no bullshit. Like, what's everybody else seeing? And then everybody else is like, oh, we're seeing the same thing. I'm like, well, at least it wasn't me, but that don't make me feel a whole lot better.
You're like, well, I kind of wish I was doing something really wrong.
Yeah, so there's nothing I can switch.
You're like, well, I'm just screwed, I guess, huh?
Yeah, so now I always do it conservative on ARV and repairs, but I just bump now. The minimum fee I'll put in the calculator is $15,000, bare minimum, just because it gives you more room.
Yeah, because then you can come down, right? Like if you get at someone who's like, "Hey, man, you're off by 10K," you're like, "Okay, well, I'll still take $5,000 if you want to lock it up."
Yeah.
For that. And
yeah, because when I was first starting, I would sometimes write in a 5,000 fee, a 7,000.
Yeah.
And then every buyer is going to come back and fight you. So by the time they fight you, you're having to do price drops every time. Like
you're making $1,000.
Yeah, and it takes the same amount of effort and headache as it does to make 100,000.
Yeah,
same thing.
On $1,500 worth of leads, you're making $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely have learned a lot in the last few months. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, well, a lot to learn if you want to be making that money.
Also, to like, we're talking about John. So I had a talk with John when he first started, and he came from solar, selling door-to-door solar. So
yeah,
John's just not this unicorn that came out of nowhere killing deals. He came from door-to-door sales, which is probably the hardest thing to do. And, he's also, I don't know, I'm a Marine. I don't know if he's a Marine as well or an Army guy. I think he's an Army guy, but he's just a killer. He's just a fucking killer, right? So he doesn't spend too much time on the bullshit like that drags you down. He just takes actions, kicks doors down, and he came from solar, which is hard. Door-to-door, that's fucking hard. I would not want to do door-to-door sales. So I feel like for this, for wholesaling to him is probably a lot easier and more freedom, which I think he likes. But I hear a lot of people on the implementation calls, bringing up so many excuses and stuff like that, and having all these issues. You have to go through these issues, and a lot of people will bring up the issues without even encountering the issues, right? So I just feel like, yeah, this could be an issue with the PPO laws and all this shit, and there's so many boogie monsters, but until you're face to face with it, like, why even worry about it? I
think also something else to that, and I said it the other day, but it's like, these laws also, I think, will scare a lot of people,
which is good,
right? I mean, part of the issue I think with wholesalers is that there's so much noise and so many people who do this, because there is those people that you can watch online and be like, oh yeah, hell yeah, I'll call Facebook, ads for people selling their house and try to lowball them. And I think that there's created a lot more wariness around wholesalers because the barrier to entry. And I think this will hopefully help. I'm looking on the bright side of like, it's going to it's going to turn it from being, I think regulation sometimes is actually helpful. And I'm usually a pretty anti-regulation person.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah. I'm on that side too. But like, usually regulation sucks, but I think there is an element, especially in the wild west of wholesaling, or what has been, that regulation I think can create more professionalism within the industry. And I think there's still a ton of money to be made, because people need these solutions of being able to sell their house quick, and they can't get full price, or they have a burnt out house or a completely gutted house, and they're like, dude, I can't list this. No one's gonna be able to approve for a loan. I have to sell it to an investor.
Yeah, and also these rules aren't coming down just for wholesalers and real estate. It's every market, because I used to work for Salesforce. Like, they are the king of CRM, right? Mark Benioff created this fucking gnarly platform, and it's very, I want to say dangerous, but it's easy to acquire data. Like, it's easy to download data within seconds and sell it. And that data that these people sell, you could get phone calls every day and drive you crazy, right? And that costs literally pennies, right, for that annoyances. So I think these regulations will just go in effect of not just wholesaling, but the industry in general, where you go on a website just to look at it, like, cupcake recipes, and you're getting blown up by fucking all these telemarketers, right? I think that's the reason why they're doing these regulations, to, not make marketing so automated. Like, and that's what it is. It's automated. You have robots doing your marketing, and it's getting out of control. Like, I agree. Like, it's not a good thing to have, you get, like, imagine you're a seller of a property, right? You go on speedoflead.com and you say, hey, I want to see how much I could get for my house, but then Speed of Lead sells that data to 1 million people. I don't think that's right. I'm everyone does it, but I just don't think that's right. It is a business, but if the regulation could prevent, the consumer from getting bombarded every day, I feel like that's good.
No,
like you go ahead, Noah.
No, I was going to say that it's a great point that, you know, now that it's not going to be these sale leads, these people are like, man, I've been called probably 50 times now. Give me your damn offer and leave me alone. Like, I think that there's going to be a little bit more. I mean, I kind of like the idea of an exclusive lead, so that I mean, because it is hard when you call a lead and they don't answer, but maybe they've answered other people and you like call them 3 times. Like, all right, well, you know, you follow them up the next day and you don't answer because they're like, hey man, I'm getting called so much. I know this is another scam. I know this is another person trying to buy my house. And I think it's going to be helpful. I mean, they can still sign up for a bunch of different people, which is probably still going to happen. But I think what happens is a lot of these places will recycle these leads.
Yeah.
And
I don't blame them.
They're making money.
It's profit. You know, I don't blame them. They're not dumb. They're like, okay, well, I sold the lead to Caesar, but I could also make revenue from Noah and Tyler. Like, what business won't do that? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Why not selling a 48-hour exclusive lead and then the third day
it's
or
smart.
the 49th hour go, hey, I'll sell it to you for $100 instead of $350.
It's a market. It's a free market, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not for the consumer though. Like they're getting fucked like the seller. But you know, you go in the fact that wholesaling, the barrier to entry is so low, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing if you want to start a business with no capital. The bad thing that people look at it is like they're afraid to spend money too. So you got all these people like, oh my God, wholesaling is so easy to get into. But when you say, hey, you know, if you build a website, if you buy leads, it's going to cost a lot of money, and they kind of run away from it, right? But you know, you're in construction, you have your own business. I'm pretty sure it costs a lot of money to get the licensing, the tools, the marketing, the advertising. Like, fuck it, before you even make $1, you're
so much,
right?
Yeah, dude. I mean, there's a lot of money, and also there's just a lot of overhead generally. Just like it's a very expensive business to get into.
Insurance too.
To do it right, yeah, dude. My insurance is stupid. Yeah, then you have to have like workers' comp. You have to have like all these. I forget what the insurance is called, but if someone gets, I guess it's workers' comp. But yeah, just like you're spending thousands and thousands a month without any guarantee. You know what I mean? Like your overhead's pretty heavy.
You could put money in, but you will not get that money out, right?
Yeah.
I feel like wholesaling is the easiest business because you could start a t-shirt company, right? You have to either buy the inventory and you distribute it, or you buy a little bit of inventory and you drop ship it, right? So there's different ways to own a t-shirt company, but you still have to buy the inventory, you still have to do shipping, you still have to have all this other shit, right? But for wholesaling, you only need like a CRM and you buy leads, right? If you run out of money, you just stop something, right? You can't just get rid of your brick and mortar because you don't have sales. Like, you will go in the hole, right? But if for some reason you don't have money, you just don't buy leads that month. You just do the free option, right? So I feel like in wholesaling, there's very few variables, which is awesome if you're trying to be remote, you know, work from home, travel the world. Like, I'm not making a bunch of money. I'm still new like everyone else, but I see, you know, I could be doing this, you know, when I'm 30 years from now, you know?
Sure. And also you can be doing it very, very, very streamlined too, and thinly as far as your overhead. Cause you can do it just you. Do you have a dispo person?
Just me and my wife, Kathy. Yeah. Just us.
Exactly. So you're not having to pay Kathy, right?
No.
You
got to take her out to dinner.
Yeah. I mean, you're paying her by, she gets half of everything you make, but like you're also, it's also, you're not having
it's in-house
payroll. You're not having to worry about anything like that. And that's so nice. Cause you can still do, I mean, just you two, you guys could probably still do $100K a month.
Yeah. And I think the viewer would be like, okay, when I got into entrepreneurship, maybe 10 years ago, I thought making 10K a month was awesome, right? You know, in a side business, right? I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing, right? But I feel like in wholesaling, that's our bottom, that's our floor is 10K, because
that's like one deal.
Yeah. So when people talk about, oh, I can make 100K a month, before I thought that was crazy. I'm like, how? There's no fucking way. But you know, when you're in wholesaling, you can do that. Like, it's very possible with a small team. You could do 100K a month.
Yeah.
You know, that's only a few, let's just say 10K a pop, 10 deals, or maybe you land some bangers that are like 30K. You can do that at a high level without a lot of resources and a lot of overhead like you're talking about.
Yeah. What are y'all's thoughts? And I've been wanting to ask this, and I was in the implementation call, and then the call dropped, and the link wasn't working again, and then I had to leave. My wife was voting, and she wanted me to go with her. So, what are your thoughts? And I've been putting thought into this.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on novation? And I'll give you my reason.
Okay.
I know there's mixed feelings. I know some people are crushing it with novations. I know, like John Looney the other day was like, I don't want to say novation. You know, Kathy was saying, I don't want to say novations, and John was like, let's go. Like,
it's just an exit strategy, though, you know.
But part of my issue is like, so I've been paying for marketing.
Okay.
I'm probably 90%, and that's me being conservative. Probably 90% of the leads that I've gotten have been almost retail. It's like,
yeah, I agree.
They're like 50K less, 60K less, you know, like not a ton of room, not enough room to even.
They're like, well, the market's going for 300. That's why I'm going to sell it to you for 280. They think it's a discount, but it's not.
Yeah, but it's like
at 200.
I can't make any money on that.
No.
And or even like, hey, I'll give it to you for 250. And you're like, put it into the rental calculator. You're like, hey, this is like a 10% deal. Like I can't do this. I have to get it for like, you know, I don't know, like 175, 180. Yeah. Usually that's about the number that you come to is like half is like the good, like, okay, cool, we can make this happen. I've seen people be super successful. I think I'm always the guy that's scared to not innovate, but pivot, because I like tried and true. But I also think that I've not pivoted when I should have.
Mm-hmm.
And or at least use that tool belt, like that tool in the tool belt of like, hey, I can novate if the deal doesn't make sense for this, and be like, okay, cool. What are y'all's thoughts on novations? And also, what if it is something that you guys would be like, hey, I'm interested in this, or like, yeah, I've done this and it's been successful. Where do you learn? Where do you learn the novation part?
I gotcha. Yeah. So, you know, I always hear, I don't know what's his name on social media, but he said no one really gets rich from diversification, right? It's people who get rich are specialists, right? So RJ is a specialist. Pace Morby is more of a generalist, where, you know, he's selling courses, he's buying property, like he's doing everything.
His money's in the
course. He's a
madman.
madman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Pace is a madman, right? But he's doing it. He's nothing bad on Pace, but he's the opposite of a hedgehog concept, but he's almost a billionaire, right? So I give him that props. But RJ is way different. RJ's a specialist in wholesaling only, right? So for me, you know, I'm not saying that I'm really good, but I feel like I have the ideas of the concepts of, you know, a good business. But so I look at it like this: if I was running sub 2 for a while, then I get into cash. And sub 2 kind of, you get turned off on it because there's other options. But for me, I'm trying to do cash. If I can't do cash, novation is a better option for me compared to sub 2, because sub 2, they're still on the mortgage. There's more liability. The seller doesn't really benefit the seller. So I have cash first, then novation, then sub 2 is like the Hail Mary. But I don't try to learn novation. I might try to learn, you know, it's like Bitcoin. I try to learn about Bitcoin, but I don't need to know about the hash rates and the blockchain, like all those other intricate things. I just know Bitcoin's a better performing assets than the rest, right? So I know novation. I know the concept of novation. And if I want to do novation, I send it to my buddy, you know, Chris Deals out here in San Diego, or my buddy Brad out here in San Diego as well. So if I have a deal that's not working cash, I try to lock it up cash. But in the dispo process, like you're kind of running into, it's something's not working, right? It's either price or location or whatever, right? So many variables. But, you know, in that kind of sense, you know, if it's like, hey, cash isn't working, novation could work, because there's still not enough meat. I don't want people to say, hey, just because, you know, I can't lock them down for a low price, I'm going to do novation. That's not the case. For novation, you still have to get it deep. You have to get it deep, kind of like cash. But if I have a novation, I'm not doing it myself. I'm sending it to my buddies that are specialists. and I'm just taking half or whatever percentage from them. So, if I have a novation, I'm going to run the numbers, or Kathy's going to run the numbers and see, hey, would this be a good play to pass it to someone and let them run the ball into the end zone? That's kind of how I look at novations.
Is that what it is? Is basically just handing it off to an agent?
No, not an agent, but a specialist. So my buddy Brad and my buddy Chris, they're both in sub 2. They do a lot of cash deals, but a lot of novations too. But they're specialists. They mostly dispo people's deals, right? They don't acquire deals. They mostly dispo deals. So a lot of it's just marketing and say, hey, I'll get your deal closed, right? So they are very intricate in the novation process. They work with agents in all these markets. They know what to do. So I feel like if I'm going to do a novation, I'm just going to give it to them because they know what the fuck they're doing. I'm not going to try to learn novation. I'm going to try to learn how to close more deals cash and better comping. But if I have a novation opportunity, I'm just going to give it to someone that's better handled and take less profit.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the same way I do them too. I rarely pitch them. I pitched one this morning, but I have no intentions of tackling it myself. I would also pass it off for a smaller fee. I'm not an expert at it. I'll never pretend to be. So,
Jerry Norton has a full novation playlist. Nice.
Is it posting 3 to everybody on the comments?
That one just did, yeah.
I don't know why.
That one, yeah.
It said thanks. Don't know why it posted 3.
Maybe I'm probably live on mine. Caesar probably is too. I don't know why it would do that, but
that's funny. Anyway, I'll respond.
But I'm gonna jump off here. I gotta go VOTE and get some groceries, and then if you guys are on, Caesar or whoever, I'll jump back on later for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
See you, Tyler.
All right, see you guys.
Let's make some calls.
Oh yeah, let's go. But yeah, like be a specialist of cash, but then also have those other things in your tool belt, right? That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Okay. I can get with that. I just didn't know if there was like a.
It would be the same thing as you coming to me like, hey, Brandon, I know you're in sub 2. I know you've done a couple of deals. I have someone that might be in that boat that needs a sub 2. Can you do it? Yeah, let me do it. Let me jump on the phone. Let me pitch sub 2. Let me send the contracts. Let me dispo it. You, that person that got the deal, like you don't need to know sub 2. You just need to know that like it could be a sub 2.
Totally. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts on the novation. We've tried it a couple of times, weren't too lucky about it. So next one we do, we'll probably send it over to like Brad or someone else.
Yeah. They got 2 of my novations right now.
But essentially what it is, Noah, is just you're getting a limited power of attorney so that you can put it on the market.
And you can get like the flat rate brokerage, right?
That's right. You can get the flat rate brokerage, or you can get a realtor. And then if you get a realtor, then you have to just negotiate their fee on it. You know what I mean?
It just seems weird to have. I mean, especially if it's lived in, that would be such a hard one to sell. You'd have to have a vacant to be like.
Vacant is easy.
Hey, we got a walkthrough coming in, and then they walk through like they're buying a house in the end, like an end buyer walking through, like, oh yeah, this could be Joey's room.
I paid a seller. We did a novation, and they're gonna move, and like, hey, like we need to novate this, so we need to be able to show it and get more money out of it. So I paid out of my pocket, I think it was $1,000 or $1,500 to help this guy move to the next property, so we could basically have open houses at his house. So you do run into situations like that where you could remedy them by like, hey, like we need you to move out like a little bit early, and we'll facilitate that like out of pocket. But yeah, like Caesar says, there's just so many variables that you just need to be aware.
Sure.
What other ones are good to know, Caesar?
What was that?
Like what other things are good to know? Like you said, like there's so many variables and things to consider.
There's just so many things. I don't really know a whole lot. That's why I'm like, I just backed off of it. That's why I just want to send it off to whoever I can send it off to.
Delegate. you delegate it kind of.
Delegate it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you still got to get it on a deep discount. You know what I mean? It's like if they're at 150, you're at 50. It doesn't mean all of a sudden you're at 120. You're probably like at 75.
70.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it still has to make sense. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna call this.
Hello, is this Donald? Hello? Yeah, my name is Brandon Clark. I'm a real estate investor in Florida. I'm just calling around other landlords like myself to see if they want to hang up on me. Okay, cool. Next one. Say hung up. Take them out of flow. Caesar, I got one guy that messaged me back and says, "Hey, Brandon, 550 cash, no listings." I haven't looked into it, but I got one person responded.
What is it for? What?
Like the eviction stuff.
Oh, nice.
Eviction data. Yeah. We're pretty much just fishing. Take out the flow. Have you gone to a luau out there yet, Caesar?
No, not yet. It's probably next week.
Oh, dude, they're fun. Like, if you go to a legit one where they have the roasted pig that they bury, that's always fun. And the luau dancers and the fire dancers, pretty dope. Someone said in the chat that someone got sued. Let me see. William said, "Do you guys know that? Did you guys see the guy that posted in the vault? He is being sued for contacting a lead that he bought from a PPL provider." Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, so someone posted something earlier.
What do you? That's not enforced until January, right?
Right.
No, but it's because the person was on a do not call list, and they called anyway. So it wasn't so much of a PPL thing; it was more of a DNC thing.
Oh, I see.
But if they went onto a PPL.
Hey, Brandon, it's Caesar again, man. Hey, what do you call it? We never really talked about the things that needs to be done on the 417. I mean, I know that you got a quote for it on 140, but I just need to know what are the items that need to be fixed so that I can put that on my listing.
Yeah, I mean, basic stuff still. So that one, so yeah, it needs about 4 feet of drywall, needs flooring, a kitchen, and 1.5 bathrooms.
Okay.
And that one I've already completed. Like the mold remediation is all done. We replaced the breaker. We replaced the electrical. All the plumbing is good to go. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And then what about the big ticket items? Roof, foundation, HVAC?
So roof is all good. We have it inspected. No problems there. Foundation's all good. No problems there. We have not had good, consistent power. So we intentionally turned the house off to get a permit to replace the breaker, which we had just done that.
Okay.
And so this week we're going to fire on the AC units and do an inspection on them. We don't expect any problems with the HVAC because the condenser and the handlers are both second floor, so they didn't take on any water or anything.
Got it.
But we'll be testing that over the next few days.
Okay. And then as far as pictures of the property, the pictures I see online, I'm sure these are old pictures, probably when you bought it, right? Or
Yeah.
are these the new ones?
No, those will be old. If it looks remodeled, they're going to be old.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any way? Can you send me pictures of the way it looks right now?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
Perfect. Yeah. Preferably 2 angles per room. obviously zoomed out because we can always zoom in. And then will you have a lockbox on that thing?
I do have a lockbox on the front door, yes.
Okay, cool. So when you get a chance, you can text me the code. And then, so even though you have a lockbox on it, I'll have my guy Tom, who's my business partner. He's the one that's in charge of, scheduling the walkthroughs. So whenever we have one, we'll let you know anyway, just so that you're aware. Yep. Cool. So I'll wait for the pictures. When do you think you can get those over to me?
I mean, I have a bunch right now, but they might not be. Let me just send you what I have, and you can tell me if it's good enough for you.
Yeah, that would be great, man. Yeah, just send them over.
The only other kind of caveat is they're finishing the mold remediation. They said it'll be finished by Thursday. So if somebody goes over before Thursday, it's going to look, pretty moldy on some walls and stuff. But just know that's kind of being dealt with. So as long as somebody knows that's being dealt with and they're not freaked out by being in a house with the mold and some walls, we should be okay.
Got it. So finishing mold by Thursday. So if anything, I'll probably just go ahead and schedule walkthroughs for the weekend then. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I think that's probably best. Give me a couple more days to get this stuff cleaned up, and then I think we should be fine.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, so I'll let my guys know to shoot for walkthroughs on the weekends, all the way till Tuesday. So that way, you got days.
Okay.
Cool.
1 moment. Let me just text you. All right, I'm just going to stuff you right now.
All right. Cool, man. Thanks, buddy. And I'll just text you if I have any other questions.
Okay.
Thanks, man. Bye.
So I got a eviction guy respond to me, $550 cash. So I'm just doing some comps on his house. Literally he just bought it January, February, March, April for $650, and he wants $550.
What?
So he said, "Hey Brandon, $550 cash, no listings. All the info's on Zillow. Don't want to list my house. I currently live here. Already have another one closer to the beach that's bigger."
Yeah.
But he bought it. It sold for $650 a couple months ago.
Really?
Crazy.
Dude. Dude, I love the transcript on my thing.
Oh, the recorded call thingy?
Yeah, because he just
read it.
Yeah, I'm just sending all of this to copy and pasting, sending it to Tom.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Is at this time.
Yes, let's go.
I'm unable to come to the phone at the present time. Please leave a message and I will return your call as soon as possible.
Hey, Helen, this is Noah. I was calling about your house on Pebblestone. You had put some information in looking to sell that. Please give me a call back when you get a chance. Bye-bye.
Please leave your message for.
Yeah, I agree, Caesar. Your the chat. Are you updating on your goals? What is it? Was 100,000? Was it?
What was that? Oh, yeah. So 120. But the way I put it up on there was like 150. So that's why I still need. Oh, I need to update that. So it's 52,000 now. But in reality, it's only 22,000. If that
Nice.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
120 in about 60 days.
Fees. No, 120,000 for assignment fees for the whole year.
For the year,
so,
okay.
Yeah. So 100,000.
Oh, I see. What is the day 58 part?
What was that?
What is the day 58 part?
Oh, because when I started my YouTube channel.
Oh, sick. Okay.
So from there, I just counted the days up to November 15, because November 15 is my 1-year anniversary.
Oh, sick. Okay. I didn't know if that was like a 60-day challenge. I didn't know how you were counting or.
Yeah, no, it was just more of I got to hit this number by November 15. I started my YouTube channel. I was like, you know what, make it a challenge and see where we can go.
Dude.
Yeah, it's like going back to what you were saying earlier. Like, there's a lot of people that makes a good chunk of money, and I know I'm gonna get there, right? But I'm also a realist. You know what I mean? I'm like, if you feel like you jump in here and you're gonna make $80,000 right away, like you're gonna be depressed pretty soon. You know what I mean? It's just I've been in sales for so long now, done full commission jobs. Like I just know there's a ramp period. I know that I have to get my ass kicked to get to that level.
Yeah.
Do I want to get lucky and freaking start selling $80,000? I mean, I don't know if what's his name, Jermaine is listening right now, but Jermaine was on the channel on Sunday, and he actually used to wholesale years ago, like right during the pandemic, right before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And he was like, bro, I got lucky because people were talking about just driving for dollars, and I saw a house, I locked it up, and I got paid $85,000. That was his first deal, $85,000 within like the first month, dude, or first 3 months, whatever it was.
I did the same thing.
Huh?
I did the same thing. Mine was 67,000. And it was I just drove by the house and called them.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to get lucky too, but a lot of times when people get lucky in the beginning, it's like a caffeine crash. You know what I mean?
They burn out so quick. Yeah.
They burn out so quick because they were so happy about like that thing is the norm now, where I know it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Totally.
It's the same thing with like playing poker. Like people get the beginner's luck and they're like, oh yeah, I'm a great poker player. It's like, no, you're not. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, dude, it's so true though, because like I mean, I feel some of that because I mean, like I said, the first deal that I called got under contract for a $35,000 assignment fee. And then when you're getting kicked in the teeth, you're going, what's going on? Am I just an idiot? Like, what the heck?
Yep.
Yeah, it is a grind. It is a grind.
That's it, dude. Once you realize it's a grind, then things start to get a little bit easier, I think.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's, bro, like $120,000. Dude, that's $10,000. You know, it's nothing to not to be shy about.
Oh, dude.
So for me, that was a proof of concept, right? Because if I were to do a W-2 job, I'd be way above that, right?
Yeah.
Like would I take a W-2 job for $120 a year right now? Probably, but I would look for others before I say yes to that one, you know?
Sure.
But would I take $120,000 without having a boss? Yeah.
Yeah, and also the thing about it is, and this isn't something that people talk about, but $120,000 W-2, or people do talk about it, but like to kind of also toss into that is
a lot of that's tax.
You're taxed. You're also limited. You're making $120,000 now.
Yep.
That's what you're making. Until you want to go to a different job or maybe get a tiny little raise at the end of the year or after 2 years. In this, you can make $120,000 this year, and then next year do $500,000, or next year do 200 or even 200,000. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
You can really the upside is so much greater, and that's one of the things that I love about it.
Exactly. And maybe that's why I have a little bit of a higher tolerance than most people. It's just because I'm realistic about my expectations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Do I shoot high? Absolutely. But I'm not gonna get depressed about it if I don't hit that. You know what I mean? Like I've got my must goal and my F goal. If I can hit it, great. But here's what I must hit. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah, sorry about that. You were saying something.
No, yeah, totally. And like you came from sales as well. Like sales, we're used to making good money and having good commission checks and like working hard. Like that's sales job. You know, every month is different. You have your quota. You got to get a certain amount of money in pipeline. Like to go back. Like I got fired from Salesforce, but I could have gone to any other company too. So at Salesforce, that was my last BDR job, which is business development representative. I could have stayed there, become an account executive, and work my way up in the ranks. But I had to be in office in Irvine, so I was like, "Fuck that!" Like I'm glad I got fired. But my salary at the time was around, I don't know, like 70K base, 70, 80K base plus commission. So in a year, I could probably make 120, 150 pretty easily, right? That's good money. But I had to drive to work all the time. Like Noah says, taxes a lot. You're already stressed out. It's a woke environment. Just like I was not happy. And even if that job gave me 300K, I probably still wouldn't have been happy, right? So with wholesaling, you're able to work remote anywhere you want. Like Noah says, you have less overhead. If you have a tax burden, there is ways to lower that tax burden by having expenses to write that off. So 120K in a W-2 job, you only need to make maybe 80K on wholesaling to kind of match it, without getting too far in the numbers. Like to make 120K on a W-2, like you could do less on wholesaling, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Oh yeah, talking about write-offs for sure. I would not go back to the tech sales life like after this, knowing that tech sales, you make a lot of good money, but wholesaling, like you could get a banger like John and get a fucking 80K in 1 month off one deal. Like you can't do that in tech sales. Like you can't do that. So, like you said, these are you're a realist where you know your risk, you know your reward, like, you know what it takes to make that much money, and we just have to put the work in,
Just got to put the work in. Exactly. All right, boys, we're freaking putting this up tomorrow. Yay!
Quickly before I buy this lead, do you any feedback on wholesaling in Tennessee?
I don't see any speed bumps.
Is there any? Do you know of any kind of like big restrictions or anything like that?
I know Oklahoma has some restrictions, in like South or North Carolina.
South Carolina does.
Oh, yeah. I thought they were kind of the same. Like I thought North Carolina and South Carolina were both like red states and they're about freedom, but I'm way wrong, I guess, right?
South Carolina, not so much. I mean, especially with the wholesaling, I know that there's like some they're pretty restrictive. They're kind of like there were.
Which one's restricted? Which one's more?
South Carolina is restrictive. Yeah. North
Carolina. And they're more red, right? Like political.
I know that North Carolina is swing state, so I think it kind of goes back and forth. I don't know exactly South Carolina. My guess is South Carolina is pretty.
So why, if they're more red, why even have the regulation in the red state like that? Like I don't get it.
Probably, honestly, is because of a lawsuit. Usually that's why regulations start with, especially this stuff, is like someone gets pissed because they got jerked around and they have a lawsuit, and then it kind of brings attention to it, and then there's more litigation and then restrictions on it.
Snowballs into this big old fucking thing, right?
Yeah, it just turns into a whole deal.
But yeah, I just know Oklahoma and South Carolina are like the only things that like stand out to me.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like, oh, you can't wholesale in Oklahoma, but I teamed up with someone and made it happen.
I mean, you definitely can. That's why, like, some people are like, you can do pass-through funding. You can do, because then it's just a closing, right? So you're not actually wholesaling. You're technically, the HUD is in your name, so you're buying it. There's definitely workarounds. I think Oregon is one state that is a really difficult state to do it, even with pass-through funding, from what I understand. And I might be completely off. I don't know. Correct me in the chat, but
yeah. So this eviction guy has one property that I called on. He's like, oh, not that one, about this one. But he will sell that one I called about. But he wants retail for both of them. So I'm like, no, I'm good.
So hard.
I was like, I can't pronounce. Let's just say Main Street. I said Main Street will be hard for an investor that is more on market price, since I see comps ranging from 5 to 550, and you're asking for 550. The only thing I could do is just we get creative, but other than that, just go on market. I know some people want to go down a rabbit hole and convince a seller, but don't waste your time. Like, just move on.
That's what I found myself doing too. Is like, usually when someone's wanting retail, I know I'm not going to get them to a place or a price unless there is that big motivation to where I can get them down.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I can sit here on the phone, and yes, I just now spent $100 on this person, but sit on the phone for 20 minutes for them to say, yeah, no way.
Mm-hmm. And I think the reason people do that so much is because they haven't got a deal. So I don't blame them. Like, me and Caesar preach about it all the time. Like, make noise, like lock deals up. Like, who gives a shit, right? Learn.
Yeah.
But once you get a few deals under your belt, like me and Caesar and a bunch of other people, you'll start to see like you're saying no to a lot more things. And I'm guilty of it, which is good. It's not a deal. Move on. Also, knowing that it's not a deal will prevent follow-ups, and always going down that fucking rabbit hole like, hey, I called 3 weeks ago, anything changed? No, like, say, did you sell the house? No. Has anything changed with the price? No. Okay, we'll go with agent. Like, that's my follow-up now. Before I was just working follow-ups like leads and keep working. I'm like, I'm wasting so much time. Like, why? Okay, so will be hard for an investor that has more on market price. I see comps ranging from 530 to 560. Cash won't work. For me, only thing I can do is get creative with seller. If in a rush to sell, send. And like Tyler was saying earlier, where he likes to overinflate his rehab cost and underinflate his ARV because, you know, these buyers, even if the deal works, they're going to chip away at your assignment fee. Not saying specifically it's assignment fee, but they're going to just chip away at the deal, and you have to have enough buffer to wind up still making money. So if you got 15K wholesale fee and your buyer's chipping on you to be lower, you go back to the seller, get them a little bit lower, you get your assignment a little bit lower, you still make money because you priced in a high assignment fee and a higher rehab. So it's always good to be conservative about your numbers where you don't have to push it to make it work, but have a good buffer, like, you know, like a bowling alley, like you got those bumpers on to keep you still in a good deal. Okay, so this guy wants more retail or 2 houses. And Caesar, have you? I've been catching myself too, where like you just try to simplify everything, and just makes your life a lot easier.
Yeah.
Like objections about EMD, just don't have it in your contract. That's how you. That's how you make
Actually,
it simple,
like
right?
that. I might actually start doing that. I might just take it off.
Well, you always hear people, oh, EMD, all this bullshit, and I just say I don't even have it anymore in my contract, and it like blows their mind. But
Yeah.
the $10 blew my mind at first, right? So you don't know what you don't know.
That's right.
So I'll do 30-day call.
And you don't need it because you're not opening title until you have an end buyer, which he'll deposit, or he or she will deposit the EMD.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to open title right away before you find a buyer, then you got to put in at least $10 to open title.
No, I've talked to title companies. You don't need anything. You just need a contract, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, and I've heard this from, you know, if anyone follows Flip with Rick, I don't watch any Sub2 stuff. I don't watch any Pineda stuff. I don't watch any of these other influencers like I used to. I only watch RJ, but I still like Flip with Rick because I feel like they're in our world still. And they talked about, you know, if you have a killer deal, let's just say it's in California, like in San Diego, and a seller is requesting 5K EMD, but it's a banger deal. You know, this would sell. I wouldn't mind putting 5K EMD down. Like I would be okay with that. So it's just risk to reward. And Flipper Rick says, if it's a banger deal and I know I could sell this and I just need to put $5,000 EMD down, or maybe we negotiate a little bit down, I don't have a problem doing that. They say, I feel like that's a good view to have too. What do you think about that, Caesar? If a seller has a banger deal and they won't move on EMD, what would you do?
Like how much the EMD?
let's just say $5,000, but it's a banger deal in like Tampa Bay or like a hot market where, you know, this is a layup.
I mean, if it's a banger of a deal, then yeah. I mean, there's 3 of us and we'll figure it out. But I think I'm good enough now to talk to people, especially the way I pitch it. It all comes down to the way you pitch it, right? And I pitch it with, I'm in Austin, you're in Florida, or wherever the heck you are. I'm going to need a partner on this. So if you want EMD, I'll deposit EMD 14 days from today.
Delayed EMD. Okay. So after inspection, maybe EMD?
After inspection, yeah, exactly. And I've had a seller goes, well, that's the other way around. And I go, it is, but here's the question for you. I deposit EMD today. We do a 14-day due diligence, right? Which is what you're suggesting. She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, then I cancel on the 13th day. You still don't get my EMD. So what's the point?
It's make believe money.
Yeah, exactly. And so what you're doing is you're tying up my capital, which does absolutely nothing at all, right? Yeah. But then it all goes back to the fact that, hey, like I mentioned before, I'm partnering up with someone on this one. That person will put in the EMD. Do you get what I mean? Like,
no, yeah. And it's a good point.
Because if I were to pitch as an end buyer, then they're going to say, well, I want to make sure you're serious, right?
Yeah, and I would say I am serious because I don't make money unless I close on this deal.
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
But that's a great objection. Like, I want to make sure you're serious, and it makes sense too. I would do the same. Wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You know, if you're the seller, I'd be like, well, I get your point, but I just want EMD. Like, no one's going to get $0 EMD out of me, but it depends on how motivated the seller is. If I was motivated, I guarantee you, I would say, okay, I don't care about EMD, just buy my house, right?
Yep.
And I feel like EMD is a good judge of it's a judge of their motivation too.
It is. I mean, we do the same thing when we ask for EMD from the investors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but at the end of the day, they're the end buyer. So if I'm the end buyer on this one, I don't mind putting in the EMD. But because I'm partnering with someone, I will put that EMD in once I have a partner on this. Right? Because I always say, in order for us to make a deal here, I will have to have a partner on this. So if there's no partner, there's no deal. Once I have a partner, then we'll put in the EMD.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, that took away that objection because they go, oh, okay, fine.
And you're being transparent with them. A lot of other people would not be like, they put themselves as the buyer and they just lie. You know, you're being transparent. You're walking through your mindset as an investor. And a lot of people, it's easier to digest and say, okay, that's fine. I don't want the EMD compared to like lying to people and just arguing about EMD.
Yeah. I mean, me and Robert, I don't know if you were on there. No, it was an afternoon. This is when you took a 2 weeks off. The guy has 2 properties in Palm Coast, Florida. One for 1.8, one for 1.4. And he gave it to us for 2. He's like, I don't care how you split it. I just want 2.45 million between the 2. So we're like, okay. He wanted $50,000 EMD. And so it went back.
Right.
So we went back to the fact that, hey, we're going to do our due diligence. They're like, because we asked for a 30-day close. So we go, we'll deposit that EMD in 14 days. And the guy's like, okay, that's fine. So if we don't find a buyer in the next 14 days,
just cancel.
Then I just cancel. They have no EMD on.
Yeah, there's no drama.
There's no drama. There's ways around it. But I'll tell you, when I first started, I didn't know any of that, right? So I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta get
chess. You need to know where to go, right? Where do you find cover when the bullets are flying at you? Like, you need to know where to go.
Yeah.
And a lot of these things that people have, you know, they're ways down their business. You just fucking do it. Just push through. Yeah.
Well, granted, when I first started, I was watching King Kong a lot, and then I got introduced to Pace Morby world. So obviously they're pushing Gator, right?
Yeah.
All of the Gators. So I'm like all about EMD. I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta find a Gator to get me the EMD. Da da da.
It's like a cycle, like a hamster wheel.
Yeah. And then come to find out I don't need it. I was like, God dang it. I'm like, I made that as a stopper when it didn't have to be a stopper.
Yeah, some things that people think are speed bumps aren't really there.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let me answer Tom. Goose, what's up, buddy?
30-day call. Okay, let's go to the next one. Marker's red. Okay, let's see. Back on, I have my property leads on. Haven't gotten anything at 75. I got my fixed price mode on speed of lead going. Nothing yet. I did miss a few leads because it didn't hit my parameters, but that just lets me know that the leads are coming in, but they're not hitting my parameters, which is good. So let's go to eviction data. These are weird names to pronounce. Let's keep going.
Hello?
Hello, is this Miss Mateos?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Clark. I'm a real estate investor. I was calling about your guys' property in Tampa. Just calling around to see if anyone's looking to sell this year. I'm looking to buy more houses that way.
Not today. Thank you, though.
You're welcome. Take care. Not today, but I'll call her in 30 days and see. Okay, let's see here. Not interested today. Do 30-day call. There you go. Let's see. What's everyone doing in the chat? Any questions? What's everyone working on? You missed the lead. Okay, we didn't buy one yet. Yeah, what's everyone working on? Who needs help with anything? Who's got deals that they can't move or can't lock up? Need a closer? What's everyone up to? Not interested. 30-day call. Seda. Okay, let's see.
Please leave your message for Saida Bukhari.
Hello, Seda. This is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your guys' property in Florida. I'm a real estate investor. I just called around to see if any other homeowners were looking to sell a property this year. I'm just looking for more deals that way. Give me a call back if interested. 760-823-8311. Thanks. Okay, next one. Let's say that I just tried calling about your property. Next one. Jean Elizabeth. Hello?
Hi, you've reached 181.
Oh, I bought a lead. Okay, cool. Let's turn the leads off. Disable. Let's check out this new lead I bought. So we got pause leads. Okay. Let's see. Where's this lead at? So this one's in Texas, Willis, Texas. Let me open it up. Okay. Cool. So after I send this message, I'll call that new lead. It's a new lead. Okay, cool. So this one's in Texas. Let me look at some comps real quick. So I'm going at Street View real quick. Street View is nice big old brick house. It's got a big old Chevy Silverado in the front. Houses in the neighborhood look pretty good. Okay, so Street View is good. We go to Zillow. Get all my stuff ready. And then I'm going to jump on the call. Hopefully they pick up. So I'm putting in privy and all that shit. Boom. So Zillow, Realtor, Redfin, privy, ready to go. Okay. So before I call them, I'm just going to put like the Zillow and all that shit as a baseline. Zillow's 300K. Realtor is at 370, big difference. Redfin's at 323. Way more photos on Redfin. Okay, that's good. Okay. Then on Privy, I'm looking at, what's in that area for comps. Open up the comps. So right next to their house, there's some 200s and 240s. So, okay, I got a good baseline. So let's call this guy Michael Wolf. So this is a fixed price mode. Speed of lead just came in.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying.
Let's call again. Leave a voicemail if they don't pick up.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hello, this is Brandon Clark. I was calling about your property in Texas. I saw that you just entered it on one of my sites that you guys are looking to sell the property. Would love to chat to see if I'm a good buyer. Give me a call back, 760-823-8311. Once again, it's Brandon Clark. Was calling about your property in Texas. Seeing if you're looking to sell. Give me a call back, 760-823-8311. Thank you. Okay, so on that one, called, no pickup, called again, left a voicemail. I'm going to send them a text, a templated text, and a templated email. Let's see. So I have all this already templated in like a Word doc. So let's see. I'm going to write the email first. So usually on an email, I'll just do a normal subject line, which is you don't want anything salesy in the subject line, because that's how you get flagged by, you know, Gmail and Google and all that stuff. So my subject line is tried calling about the property dash, and I'll put their name just to add some personalization in it. So try calling about your property dash Michael, right? My message in my body of my email is very simple and straight to the point. It gets a lot of replies. Hello, my name is Brandon Clark. Try calling about your property. Still looking to sell. Brandon Clark, my phone number at the bottom. I copy their name and add it to the email. Then I copy that email and I add it as a text and just send that as well. So hello, Michael, this is Brandon, or hello, Michael, my name is Brandon Clark. Try to call him about your property. Still looking to sell, question mark. Brandon Clark, phone number, send. Boom. So email sent. Text message sent. Then I'm going to put them in a 5-hour follow-up, meaning, you know, I put them in now. If I'm still working in 5 hours, I'll call them. But if not, it'll be, you know, dialed in to call them tomorrow morning. Let's see, 5-hour call. I have it set up if they respond to me, I get it puts them in another workflow, meaning like call now. So if I get any responses to anyone, it has an automated trigger that I built, meaning, you know, if Caesar calls me, I don't pick up, but he leaves a text message, it'll put Caesar in a flow to call them right away. So I like to do those automatic flows just to make sure I'm engaged with these people so they don't slip through the cracks. So I got that person a 5-hour call, text, email, good. I'm going to make note of it. So I called, left voicemail and SMS. I'll do a 5-hour flow in my notes. Okay, so 5-hour, boom, boom, boom. Sweet. New leads. Okay, let's go back to the flow. Jess, what are you working on, man? Okay, back on the eviction data. I'm going to probably knock out a few more evictions and I'll turn the leads back on. Maybe get one more before the day ends. My goal is to maybe a few leads a day, you know, over a month. That's enough leads to get a few deals.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Yeah.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach.
Text message. Hello, Troy. Just call about your property in Tampa. Understand you might be dealing with a difficult situation, possible eviction. Send. Ontario. Brandon, did you reach your goal? I'll jump on that in a little bit. Pick up. Yeah, to go in on that, William, my goal when I first started this channel was like 100K in 4 months. I had like $1 grand worth assignment that came in. I have 2 novations right now coming in. Those should be sold in the next probably few weeks. So I think those are about 20K each. So those will come in. I have a assignment that should have closed today for that 7K, but after my wife Kathy went to the hospital for appendix surgery, I kind of just like not gave up, just like I didn't really care about tracking my performance. And the most important thing was make sure she was good and healthy. And while in the hospital before this, it was always like, oh, I got to get more deals. And we're always talking about deals, and I was always not stressed, but it was always on the topic and on the conversation, right? And after being in the hospital with her, I don't know, something changed in me where like I just don't care about. Of course, I have my goals to do well in real estate, but like to put a number on it, and I just kind of lost that drive because I don't know, something happened to me. I can explain it. Just like it's not the most important thing in life. The money is here. It'll come. I'm not worried about it. But for me, it kind of just changed. And I saw agreeing with that or something like that. And I just don't care about a number. But yeah, I'm still working.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we could get stuck in. I know Caesar's on a mission to get his goal, which is awesome, and so was I. But after being in the hospital, just kind of just like, I don't know. Do you ever deal with that sometimes, Noah?
One second.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk to you.
This is the earliest one you got.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes I flip-flop back and forth on goals and setting a number and like hitting that number, because I think that it can do one of two things. It can really spur you forward and be like, hey, this is my number. I got to hit this number. And if you don't hit that number, you're just like, hey, I'm setting it again. We're going again. We're going to make this happen. But it's like, I don't really think it changes my effort, and it shouldn't change your effort. What if you're putting a massive goal or a little goal, like it's one step at a time. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that I do sometimes get demoralized when I'm like, I have a goal of hitting this number, and then I'm like, man, I'm X amount of months in, or I'm X amount of days in, and haven't done anything. And the thing is about, especially this is, and sales in general, is
it's up and down. It's hard.
You can have a month, 2 months of no deals, and then on the third month you could have $200,000 worth of deals, get locked up and assigned. Like it is a numbers game, and you kind of just have to keep your head down. So I think it's hard. Sales is a hard, I think maybe more process goals than number goals is.
I agree. Like maybe instead, like process goals would be me sticking to buying a certain amount of leads a day. That's a process goal, which is, I agree on that 100%.
Or like, hey, I make 30 follow-up calls every day. I try to make X amount of contacts, or I try to make call this amount of new leads, whatever the case may be, because those process goals will definitely get you to that number, whatever number you have in your head. Like
you'll get there by time in the market.
Yeah. And I think that sometimes, a number goal can be very deceiving, because 5 deals can, 5 deals in one world can mean 5, very different numbers than 5 deals in another world, as far as like, hey, I could get 5 deals at $30,000 because there was more meat on the bone, there were better leads, or I could get 5 deals at $5,000 a contract. So it's like, it's kind of hard to put a total number on it, but I think process goals is like calling a certain amount of leads, following up, putting X amount of time into learning and keeping that going.
Because like you said, like the roller coaster in sales, it's hard, because I had a deal I locked up at Carlsbad, right up the street, where I grew up, and it was a good deal. We're supposed to make a lot of money. I got a sub-2 buyer, in the community, which was cool. They were buying it cash. But that property has so many liens, and it fell apart in the 2-minute warning, right? And it was so demoralizing. Like, me and Kathy were like, okay, like when this closes, we'll probably get like 15K, right? And that's a good amount of wind behind your sales to keep you going, for marketing and just overhead. And, knowing that deal failed, like I got that text, I was reading it, I was like, you kind of die inside for a quick second. And I was like,
yeah, you do.
You kind of want to cry. I'm like, oh my God, like you put all this hard work, and you're like, it's fact, right? This shit happens. And, I was counting on the money. It would have been great. But, I was in so much pain for an hour. Like, man, fuck, like, is this even the right direction to go in life? Should I do something else? Blah, blah, blah. And everyone will have those conversations with yourself. But an hour later, I'm like, fuck it, I'll just get the next one. Like, it's sales, like you said. Sales is fucking hard.
It's
but
hard.
The people who stick with it, sales is one of the hardest things to do. And if you stick with it, the money will come, because sales is high pain, because it's high stress, high reward. And, I don't know if you heard that, Caesar, but like going from money in your bank account being funded in a few days to like that deal died, it makes you sad, and you lose a lot of motivation,
Oh yeah, I don't lose motivation, but I do get sad.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
but
Well, I mean, in the moment, I lost motivation.
Of course,
hey.
At that moment, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to what Noah was saying. Is absolutely, dude. Like I hardly focus on the money. I just focus more on the process. Am I progressing every week? Like you literally, it's so important, and not many people do this. But like every Sunday, man, before I go into Monday, I just look at what did I learn last week that I can implement this week, right? Or was I better this week compared to the previous week? Like, it is so important to do that, especially when you're beginning. And so when I first started, dude, I told you my first goal was to get 300 no's. I know I've said that many times, and I don't know if people believe me, but that was my goal. Like, I don't give a shit whether I've made money or not. I just wanted 300 people to tell me to go kick rocks, and that was it. And then every week was like, okay, I need to meet one more investor, one more person. Like, I need to go to a meetup. Like, those little things matter the most, because that's what's going to get you to the ultimate goal.
Totally. Totally.
It's like, we know we have the tools, right? We've seen people in our industry succeed, like, RJ, we're doing exactly what RJ, and we're like building a car, and we don't know if it will run at the end of the day, right? But you just have to have hope and believe in yourself that if you follow the process, like Jermaine is saying, it'll guarantee you money. You just got to stay in the driver's seat and don't give up.
Absolutely.
Then William said, Brandon, did you reach your goal? Okay. He said, Brandon, how much is your plan per month per lead? I think at least buying 1 lead or 2 a day would be good, to yield a few deals a month. I think that's my goal. for our goal. A few deals a month. That's all we really need. We got one lead. They didn't pick up. Yeah. Give me money. What kind of camera? Oh, nice. So if wholesaling doesn't work, I guess I'll sell my feet pics.
Hey, dude. Make some serious dough doing that. Sometimes I wish I was a girl.
I'd be a hoe. I'm kidding.
It'd make life so much easier.
Someone's going to get offended and cancel us.
I mean, I don't know of many guys selling feet pics, so I feel like that's not that far off base.
Caesar's like, wait.
Caesar's like, you haven't seen my feet finder.
You're like, hold my drink.
I love it.
Okay, so I bought a lead yesterday, a lead today. Ray was the last one. So we got some volatility on Bitcoin right now. Nice. If anyone likes crypto or trading, I would love to talk more about that. I feel like I'm the only one sometimes. But yeah, if anyone's into crypto or trading, hit me up. I love talking that stuff.
Crypto is fun. I feel like I used to be a lot more about it, and I made some good. I mean, like, this is gonna sound so silly. I bought Doge relatively early on. I mean, I bought like a couple $1,000 worth and turned it into like 50K.
Nice.
And that was pretty cool because I was like, oh, this is like sick. And then I kind of felt like, hey, my luck's gonna run out pretty quickly on this. I didn't. Yeah. I probably could have kept going. I was also super busy, and I didn't have the time to like really put the effort into it because like trading and all that stuff is it's not just get rich quick.
There's a lot of emotion. A lot of it's emotion, and once you understand Bitcoin and crypto, like a lot of these, there's cycles. There's halving. So you just got to buy low, sell high. So a lot of these cycles, if you bought Doge at the top, you just got caught at the top, and it'll turn back around, but you might have to wait till the next halving, right, to be back in profit. So a lot of people say crypto's risky, but I don't think so. If you look at Bitcoin at a bird's eye view over the past decade, it's going up. It's up, right? So if people like, oh, well, I bought Bitcoin and it crashed. Well, if you zoom out, it didn't crash. It had a sell-off. It's not a crash.
Yeah.
And
how
like,
long have you
volatile.
been? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and how long have you been in like crypto?
Yeah, how long have you been in it?
Probably a few years. At first it was just like trading and gambling, right? But now I feel like I'm a Bitcoin maximalist where I don't want to hold any dollars. I just want to transfer all that into Bitcoin because it's a better store of money, and the government can't take it from me. If I wear this hat in 3 years and Kamala Harris is president, someone might want to take my assets, right? We live in that type of world. Like you have a fucking pet squirrel, and some dumbass lady on the internet gets offended, and they're knocking at your door to kill your fucking squirrel, right? Like,
yeah,
you never the illusion of freedom in America is a facade, right? So I feel like Bitcoin is in such like a sort of freedom. I can't get canceled and have people take my money because I just move it to Bitcoin, right? So I'm down that not really a rabbit hole. It's just like that's what I believe, and I'm very invested in Bitcoin, and I feel like it's the future. And a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, I lost a lot of money," but you just bought at the wrong time. A lot of people could lose money in real estate because they bought at the top of the market. It's the same shit,
Yeah.
It's just when you buy and their timing. And I feel like instead of buying real estate, having to deal with plumbers, refrigerators going out, storms and fences blown over. I'd rather just buy Bitcoin and know that it'll be there in retirement and it'll be grow more than any other asset in the world. So I'm on a long-term horizon on Bitcoin, and if I get the opportunity to buy more Bitcoin, I try to buy as much as I can.
You know what's crazy?
Mm-hmm.
So I was a real estate agent in Washington State in a small town called Wenatchee. It's like direct center of the state. It was surrounded by like 5 dams, and so a lot of miners would go there and set up shop because power was like $0.015 per kilowatt hour, or like maybe like it was so low. Like they would charge you bi-weekly or bi-monthly, so every 2 months you get a bill, and for like a 2,500 square foot house, it would be like $100 for 2 months of power. So it was like so cheap. So everybody was moving their operations there to mine. And I sold a house, just a normal house, to a guy because he wanted to buy. He bought a house for like $350,000 cash, so he could just set up his miners in that house,
That's so cool.
and run it out of that. And I was talking to him. I was like, okay, this is like pretty early on. This must have been 2017, about probably like 2017, maybe 2018. All I remember is that the price of Bitcoin was $420 or $380. It was between like $350 and $450. And he was like, dude, I'm telling you, it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. Like, he's like, these things are going to be worth $100,000 a coin.
Virtual
I was like,
virtual
okay.
gold.
I was like, cool, man. Like, sweet. Give me my commission check. Like, do your thing. I don't know. Like, I had no clue about it. And then it went up to like 4,000. And I was like, dang. And then it dropped back down, or like went up. It did some kind of like, it was like a pretty big pump. And I was like, well, I'm glad I didn't buy. And then obviously the rest is it's pretty well known history. And I'm like, damn, that guy's he's crushing it now. Like, if he didn't sell it all off, but like he seemed like maximalist too, as he was a Bitcoin maxi.
Yeah.
So
I feel like once you go down that rabbit hole, like everyone's probably heard of Michael Saylor. I'm on board with him. Where like you could literally take out debt and buy more Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But that's not smart advice, but you can. You're basically printing money, and a lot of people. I'll share a graph real quick. Present, share screen, window, entire window. So like a lot of people say Bitcoin is volatile. I don't think so, because if you look at the 1 week chart and you kind of zoom up, Bitcoin is in an uptrend. It goes up and it goes down. It goes up, it goes down, because we have all these cycles. These halving, right? It might take this much time and energy to make 1 Bitcoin, but every 4 years it gets harder. It gets cut in half, right? So if you just map out the trajectory, we'll be at, if I can switch this off of auto, we'll be at 100K in no time. Like 100K is only right here, right? So it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, but the trajectory is up. So if you time the market correctly, not even correctly, just, conservatively, you could buy at good positions, like right here and right here. Maybe we'll have a little sell off, but I doubt it. After the election, it's going to probably blow off top and go to the moon. But
hopefully,
a lot of people say that Bitcoin's risky. I don't think so. Like if you bought here, yeah, you're fucked. But look, it rebounded all the way up here, and this is like a year. This is a year time frame right here. You just don't sell. So when people say Bitcoin's risky, I tell them no, because your dollar is depreciating every day.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. So it's a crazy time. I think Bitcoin's a great. Do you have a wallet, or do you have like a key, or how do you store?
So originally I would buy Bitcoin on Robinhood and just transfer it to a cold wallet. There's hot wallets, which is like via internet, like Coinbase. You never want to keep your Bitcoin or crypto on exchanges, because that exchange could go under and you could lose all your Bitcoin. So you trade on exchanges, you buy on exchanges, but once you get that coin, you transfer it to a cold wallet, then no one can take it. The government, the FBI, no one, right? So, I buy it And then I just put it in cold storage and never really, of course I look at it, but like you don't touch it.
Yeah. Yeah, you could always just put it into FTX. That's a safe place, I've heard.
A lot of people are getting their money back, which is good.
Yeah, I've heard.
You know, so yeah, people are like, oh, what about FTX? A lot of those people got paid out. You know, they get their money back. The government always comes in to save people.
Mm-hmm.
They bail out the banks. You know, you just the system's rigged. You just have to be on the right side of it. Right? You don't fight the system. The system's rigged. The stock market's rigged. You know, like I was watching Elon.
Trade with Nancy Pelosi.
Right? If I was watching Joe Rogan's thing yesterday, it was awesome with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But Joe Rogan brought up the fact that everyone was talking shit on Elon that like, oh, you bought Twitter for this much money and it lost a lot of money. And Elon's like, it wasn't worth that much money to begin with when I bought it. But he said, yeah, it was a bad investment, but you know, the future will pay off because he kind of protected freedom of speech. But it's just the system's rigged. So, you know, if you could be on the right side of it, just ride the wave. That's what I say. Okay, no one text back. It'd be cool to like crypto and real estate, like buying houses on the blockchain where like, you know, the deeds on the blockchain, like that'd be dope.
That would be cool.
Even like our licenses, like our government IDs, like military IDs, driver's license, like if you lose them, you're fucked, right? Your passport, you're fucked, right? So why isn't there a blockchain for, you know, if I go to Europe and I lose my passport, I can just look up on the blockchain, like that's me, right? But maybe in the future.
Unless the government get their claws in it.
Yeah. Or just wear a Joe Biden shirt on and go where the fuck you want. Okay, any leads coming in? Nope. Like to wire money for title companies, like that, like they should be using crypto.
Oh yeah. There would definitely not be the lag time.
No, yeah. Like it'd be cool to do EMD funding with crypto. Like if you came to me like, I need money for EMD.
Yeah.
Okay, here you go. You'll have it in 30 minutes. Doge.
Hello.
Hi, May.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Fine. How may I help you?
Yeah, this is Caesar, by the way. You and I were texting about your property. Then you asked me to give you a call after 11 because you were working the election today. You remember now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So you have a few minutes now. Did I catch you at a good time?
Go ahead.
Great. Yeah. So I just want to know, so you're looking to sell that property, and then on your text message, you're saying anywhere from 550 to 650 is what you're looking for. Is that right?
From 550 to 650, yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, can you tell me a little bit what you got going on over there?
Well, I've done the tile roof. I've upgraded everything. And I have an in-ground swimming pool. The tile is nice in the back. I got some tile that's missing in the front. And I had to buy some, but it's not exactly, it's similar to, because the people that stopped selling the damn tile that I had.
Uh-huh. Got it. Okay.
And I have an electrician. I'm ordering a new electrical box. So everything is upgraded.
Got it. Okay. So it sounds like you've done some upgrades, right? Sounds like you've done some renovation there.
Yeah, I upgraded the house. I've been here.
Okay. I mean, if that's the case, just curious, any reason why you haven't put it up with a realtor yet?
Because I'm a realtor and I don't have to. I can sell it myself.
Oh, okay. So you're looking for someone to actually buy it and live there. So then I'm not the right buyer for you because I'm an investor, and if you've already done the upgrades, I don't know if there's any other value that I can add to the property. You know what I mean?
Well, I say 550. You can go to 650.
Yeah, I mean, how'd you come up with a 550?
All right, well, let me know.
Oh no, I was asking, how did you come up with a 550? Is that your comps in the area, or?
No, that was what I was given. I checked all the different comps, and that was what I was given for my house.
Got it. Okay. Did you get it appraised or something, or?
No, I went through the phone and got them all. You could pull them up.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at them. Yeah, I mean, like you said, if you've already done a lot of the upgrades, then yeah, I'd say put it on the market as a FSBO since you're a realtor yourself. You know what I mean? And then as an investor, I need to make some money. And at the 550, there's not enough skin in the game because the most expensive one that I see there is 475.
I gave you. It's okay. But I'm an investor, and I invested in my house.
Yeah.
And I need to get some of my money out of it. I ain't gonna just give it away.
100%. I'd say exactly the same thing if I were in your shoes. So I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and just maybe we'll touch base 30, 60 days from now if things change. If things do change, just to let you know, I am a cash buyer and I can close in 14 days or sooner. I just gotta have some meat on the bone. That's all. But we'll touch base. Right. We'll go from there.
All right, God bless.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
She's like, I'm a real estate agent.
Yeah, I'm like, all right. What are you talking
She says she's working the votes. She's working the election.
Yeah, she was.
She's probably burning my vote. Burning him. Was that PPL?
Yeah, that's speed to lead from over the weekend.
Nice. Is that one a refund or?
Oh, can I get a refund for that one?
Did she say she was going to list it? Like she's an agent, right?
Technically, she's an agent.
Yeah, I know. Well, I can submit it, and they can say no, yes or no. I'll ask.
What would be your reason?
She's asking retail price, and she's already done all the upgrades.
True. How much over retail? Or is it over retail or just retail price?
It's about retail.
Okay. Because I know they didn't refund me for a lead that was kind of like retail price. It has to be like well over. Like ARV's 400, but they want 600. Like that's a better picture.
Yeah,
I think to paint. Yeah. It's not worth. Fuck,
I'm thinking ARV's like 475, 500.
And how much she want?
She wants 550 to 650.
I would try. Okay. It's higher than ARV, a lot higher. Well,
yeah.
Says Kevin, one person, thank you. Got a call. I wonder if we'll get to a point where like real estate is more of a, let's say, commodity than an investment. I wonder if that will ever change in the future.
What was that?
I've heard like, I think I've heard David Green talking about this, where like the reason investors buy real estate because it's not really a commodity. It's more they're speculating on it, right? So you know, in order to make it not speculative, and you need to have regulations, which I don't believe in, but I wonder if we'll ever be in a point where, you know, BlackRock won't be buying, you know, whole neighborhoods. I'm not saying I disagree or agree with that. I'm just saying if it will ever come to a point where real estate's not really an investment, it's more of a like food and water for people, you know?
Yeah.
Nice. It'll probably never be like that because people want to make money and store their money in non-depreciating assets. Let's see, is this Kevin or the wrong person?
Why is this not being transcribed?
It might take a bit.
Usually happens right away.
Oh, really? Try reloading it, maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's some bugs with like Go High Level where like I'll put them in a flow and like an hour later I'll check in, like they're not in a flow. Like what the hell happened?
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
Please leave your message for 9015.
Hey, this is Noah. You had spoken to Adam looking to sell your house over there on Valentine. If you can give me a call back, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Ooh, I haven't even checked if I got money in there.
What? Speed of lead?
Yeah.
And you're trying to reach is not.
My property.
Please leave your message for 92093309227.
Hi, this is Noah. I was calling about your property over there on Hustis. If you can give me a call back, that'd be great. Thank you.
Nice and vague. I love it. Sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Gotta leave them wondering. Gotta go, oh man, I wonder what this guy's about.
Right.
Is it the cops? Is something wrong with my house?
Oh no, this is Brandon Clark. This is very important. Give me a call back, please.
Yeah.
I'll be like, click.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
Hey Brandon, what's the name of the sheet that that Hector gave us for all these leads?
Let me send it real quick. I bookmarked it. I'll put it in the private chat real quick.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Private chat. Here we go.
Have y'all gotten many leads for like Tampa? Any leads that got really messed up in the storm?
I had one. I think I bought it, or maybe I forgot how it came in, whether I picked it or if it came to me with fixed price mode. But I called them, and they said we're actually in the process of evacuating right now. If you could give me a call back like a little bit later, like next week. So that was like one of them. But I talked to a lady yesterday or the day before that, hey, we got the hurricane, but like it wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. So like I've had like those conversations.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Have you been talking to any like Tampa or like hurricane area places?
I mainly buy my leads, and for some reason I've been kind of just like
avoiding that area,
staying away a little bit. It just seems like and I'm
like an uphill battle, kind of, right?
Yeah, insurance is high, houses are messed up from floods. Everybody's still fresh on the brain. I wonder if there's many people that are going, "Ooh, I want to flip there," or like maybe people got houses that they are sitting on the market and they got messed up, that they are flippers, and they're like, "Well, got to fix this." You know, I don't know.
It's probably the resources are allocated other places, huh? Kind of.
And that might be just a complete limiting belief. So don't obviously take my word for it. But
there's that, yeah, like devil's advocate. It's like, well, there's still people doing deals in Florida, so why can't you be one of them? You know?
Yeah, totally.
Like devil's advocate, right?
Totally. Yeah, it's just hard when I'm scrolling through thousands of leads and I'm like, oh, or I could buy a place in Houston.
Yeah, I think Texas is a little bit safer to buy leads. I feel like I would kind of avoid the Florida for right now. If there's Texas leads, I'd rather buy those. But if there was no Texas, I'd still buy Florida.
Oh, for sure. Florida's like a really great market.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, heck yeah. We're getting a bunch of inquiries right now, boys. I'm getting excited.
Yeah, what on
on a place you already have listed?
Yeah.
Nice.
I was like, ooh.
Been forwarded to voicemail.
Hello?
Hello, is this Kenya?
Yeah, who is this speaking with?
Yeah, my name is Brandon Clark. I'm a real estate investor. I was calling about your guys' property in Tampa. Just calling around to see if anyone's looking to sell this year. Maybe.
No, not right now.
Not right now? You're welcome. See you. Bye. I feel like we should have with titanium, a battle royale. Like, if you're afraid to pick up the phone or you haven't picked up the phone, like, just build like an environment where, like, okay, Noah, it's your time to make a call. Let's do it. You know?
Yeah,
I feel
like live sales calls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does that. RJ does that sometimes, like on YouTube with like Jerry Norton, and they kind of just go back and forth. I've seen him do that once. I think it's cool.
Yeah,
I think it's much more real.
Like sometimes you need that push.
What was it that you said, Brandon?
Like a battle royale, like whether it's titanium or sub 2 or any community, there's going to be a group of people that will never take action, right? It's how people are, you know, in society. And it'd be awesome if, you know, there was a day where, like, you know, we're not going to be on it because we're the ones taking action. But for people that, you know, are afraid to call, or they're on the fence, or they just don't know what to do, I'm pretty sure there's tons of people, right? Not saying it's a bad thing, but I feel like we should build an environment where, like, okay, Caesar, it's your turn. Let's all listen to Caesar. You know, even if you just pick up the phone, hey, my name is Caesar, and you black out, at least you did it, right? You pick up the phone, you said your name. Like, that's a lot of traction, right? I would say that's a win. If you're never picking up the phone, you jump on the phone, you're like, hey, this is Brandon, I was calling about your property, and you literally just shit the whole bed. At least you did it, right? So I feel like it'd be cool to have an environment similar to that for, like, people that they're just not taking action.
Dude,
there's a lot of people that'll.
Like a great idea.
There's a lot of people that'll sit there and watch all the modules and get all the systems in place and wake up and work on how we're going to follow up and drip campaigns and not make a single call for a super long time.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Like, you know what I mean? I think that would be a fun way to.
Because dude, there's people in sub 2. It just like blows my mind. Like they don't do a deal, which is bad, but they're not even making calls. You've been in for a year. Like it just, I don't like that. Like it's bad. Like if I had a community of people and I knew that some people weren't even taking action, I would try as the head person to be like, okay, how do I make this better? Like, why aren't people picking up the phone? Why are they only doing a few, like not even one deal a year, you know? Like why? Because some people just need that push in the deep end, you know? And for us, there are different individuals. I'm not saying anything good or bad, but there's people that will take action and just kick doors down and mess up. And there's people that overanalyze everything and won't even get the ball rolling. So for some people, like you need an extra push, which is fine. You just need to be in an environment where it's safe. And I hate that word, like safe space, but like if people come in here and they never made a call, what's up, Jason? People can come in here and we might talk shit, but like we're gonna guide you, we're gonna hold your hand, and I feel like some people might need that, you know, to get the ball rolling. What's up, Jason?
Like Jason.
Let's jump on the call. Let's go.
By the butt of this shift, I probably deserve it.
No, we're just talking about like people in certain communities aren't taking action. Like, you know, you might be in sub 2 for a year or two and like never pick up the phones or never do deals. And a lot of it's just action taking, you know, so that's kind of what we were hitting on. Like, you know, some people need a push in the deep end. Some people are just naturally inclined to just, you know, run through the door. So that's what we were kind of speaking on, like, you know, just taking action, even if you fall on your face.
Totally. Jason, do you make calls just from your truck?
One sec.
He does.
How do you call?
All right, ask me again, please.
I said, do you just make calls from your truck?
Yes, I spent 6 weeks trying to do it while driving. The results were poor at best. Never mind the safety issues. It's not particularly safe.
Right?
What I do now is I pull over in the side of the road. I have one of those more robust cell phone plans. So the phone is the hot spot.
Oh, nice.
And I put a laptop on it, call Simply on the laptop. That's how we're doing it.
Nice. How's that been?
Yeah. The technology's worked very well. I can report that AT&T isn't the worst business daddy in the world. It works most any location I go to. I look for a grocery store so I can take my bathroom breaks and get a snack, but I'll do it at a gas station. I don't do it on the exact side of the road, just the parking lot.
What do you do?
I have a small courier company.
Are
we
you
send out 17 vehicles a day, 17 of the 18 that we've got. And yeah, I run one of the routes myself. It's a lot of on-demand work that I do.
Yeah. Are you
DC right now?
Are you like the last mile, or do you do like?
Yes, that is the correct terminology for what we're doing. For those of you who don't know, last mile, it's a way of subcontracting for other groups. Like,
is that like a thing from like Amazon? Like Amazon will do that for you. Like, how do you get that last mile? Like,
Amazon's another last mile vendor. They just fulfill their orders themselves. I'll go and pick up from the variety of warehouses. They'll come from their warehouse. The vendors go to them first.
What is your average trip? What's your average trip? Like length of distance?
I typically go 2.5 to 3.5 hours in any direction.
How did you get into that business? And because I like to understand business and business models and, you know, the good and the bad.
Sure.
Like what led you? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fell into it. I was doing some consulting, and I don't know. I guess I came off a breakup I didn't like, so I want something to do in the evening. So I did some pizza delivery, and one of the guys there was a courier during the day. He asked me, like, do you really like this? I said, well, I mean, I like driving around. He said, well, how'd you like to make like $30 an hour instead of $15 an hour? I said, do I just drive around? He's like, yeah. I said, okay. And he took me to a courier company. And then when I was at the courier company, I noticed that there were a few common complaints. Number one of which, if you didn't show up, they'd get rid of you. They terminate your contract in a heartbeat. So it's really tough to get time off, go to your kid's soft baseball game, go away for the weekend, anything. So after a year of doing it, I started calendar, a shared calendar on Google for people to share their schedules and cover for each other. And then it occurred to me that if I owned the vehicles, I could write off on the mileage from the vehicles. So I started adding vehicles a couple at a time. Before you know it, I had the vehicles and I had the calendar, and people loved working with me because there's a way for them to cover for each other and get time off. And that kept my vehicles on the road and meant my income went from one level to essentially tax-free level.
Nice. I'm assuming,
well, I'm just 13 years.
Nice. I'm assuming, as far as like startup costs, of course you got the trucks, you got the, what type of capital is required for like a business like this? A lot of capital or like a little bit? Do you have to finance this stuff? Like,
I did it a little bit at a time. Started a vehicle was $500. Over the course of that first year, I wound up spending about $2,000. And I used basically people were using my vehicles because they could afford a payment, but not the payment they'd have to pay, not the credit score they would need to get into a vehicle of their own. I went to the churches, I went to the synagogues, I went to the mosques to find people. Literally more than half the people that have stayed with me the longest are functional alcoholics that are in some kind of coming off of a spiritual crisis of some kind. And they love looking out for each other. They love being other-centric. It helps them maintain their lifestyle. They don't want to be sober, but they want to be people.
It's a great niche for hiring.
Yep. All they got to do is drive and keep their cool. That is also kind of a service I provide to them. They need help knowing what to say and what not to say in a lot of situations to maintain their routes. The vehicles that go out, only 4 of them go out on routes that I would be called the owner of the route. The rest of them are going on their own routes. And it's up to them to keep their routes.
Are these like subcontractors that you hire for routes, or are they actually employees?
Well, the 4 subcontract my routes, none of them are employees. What I really have is a bunch of vehicles.
Okay.
So it's income. It's
cool.
not much for business. I did try to own it all and own the employees once about 8 years ago.
Employees are hard, right?
I hated it. I turned into the awful boss that I was saving them all from. You gotta be here. You can't no show. You're fired. Like, I'm gotta find someone else to replace you. I can't count on you.
Yeah.
I didn't figure out how to do it. Maybe if I knew someone like Nick at the time, I could have figured it out, but I didn't.
Because I hear a lot of people getting
online for
routes.
Small courier company.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about this business, and you're the only one that I've known that's actually in it. You hear about like Noah says, the last mile, and sounds like a cool, interesting business. I like to learn about businesses. Why people get into this business over another business, and it sounds pretty cool and fun. And it sounds like you in a way you kind of own your time because you're picking your routes, you're picking your shipments and stuff like that. I imagine, right?
Yeah, so if you're looking at contracts, the minimum you want to see is $1 for every mile driven to be paid to the driver. If depending on the vehicle, that will be enough for them to support a full-time lifestyle and a full-time income. You can get it for a higher number. Like you can get $5, $7, $8 per mile and only give them 1. I recommend you, when you can do that, to give them 2 or 3. And because not all days are equal, but last mile delivery, you just don't run out of work.
You just got to stay busy.
Work every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You also have access. This is something like Brandon, you were asking about hospitals the other day. the other minute. If you put on a courier shirt, I can go anywhere in any hospital. Like people will stop me and say, "Oh, who are you?" And I'll just wave a box or a clipboard, say, I'm going to drop this off. I'm going to pick this up, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay. Like, come on through."
That's funny. Yeah, because I was surprised. Like when I walked in the hospital, like there's not much security. Like I was just roaming the floors and like for me being a Marine, I have that mindset of like you have to think like a criminal sometimes, right? So I'm thinking like, man, I could just walk in here with a fucking Uzi and just murk everybody, right? But like, of course I'm not gonna do it. But like you can just walk in with a UPS shirt and just have full access to anything. You just go in the operating room. Sorry, I'm a delivery man.
Yeah,
that's nuts. That's pretty funny. So with your route and wholesaling, how do you manage the two? Because you're running a wholesale business, but also you own a route business. So do you delegate? Do you do it yourself? How do you do it for viewers that don't know you in particular?
I delegate a lot. I work with other people. I tell people where I'm weak or bad. I use humility and delegation because I do not have this all figured out, and I cannot do it all on my own the way I'm living right now. There'll be a day where I consider making the plunge of switching to real estate investing full time, but that's probably a couple years off. So what am I just not going to do it till the magic carpet stops on by and I hop on it? No, you figure things out one piece at a time, like eating an outfit.
Yep.
That's it.
Who said that?
Caesar's approach
is that Jeb Blunt?
Jeb Blunt. Yeah, Jeb Blunt has definitely thought that eating an elephant one bite at a time.
Or is it eat the frog? He said one of them. I've heard both. You eat one elephant or a bite at a time, and also you eat the frog the first part of the day, or something. I can't remember those. Yeah. You probably know those.
Yeah, they're idioms. They've been around for a long time. It's just a different kind of a metaphor or simile.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to point out that one of the great things about real estate investing is there's just room for all sorts of different backgrounds and all sorts of different approaches to get over those immediate hurdles in the first year, 2, 3. Caesar's approach is very different than mine right now. He's very all in. You have a dynamic with your spouse because of how she earns and because of what she's expert at. You approach it differently than I do. Like you kind of just stay at home and then go surf. Sometimes stop by a restaurant. I spend 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours driving around the state.
Mm-hmm. And if you switch over to real estate, do you think you'd have more like time freedom compared to like the shipping company? And would that be like?
I don't think I followed it.
Yeah, so like I'm pretty sure like both businesses are pretty lucrative. Driving trucks or the wholesaling. If you could choose one or the other, what would you choose, and what would be the reason why?
If I knew what I would do, if I knew what I was doing, I'd go with real estate investing because the people I care about and people I haven't met yet, who I will care about. It's one of the 7 American dreams that's fundamental to everybody, owning their own home. And being able to own a cool car is one of the other 7, but that really doesn't have anything to do with courier work. These cars aren't cool; they're big old boxes on wheels. It's not a dream anybody has. So, amongst couriers, there's a vibe, but that's where it ends.
So, like more fulfillment with being in real estate because you feel like you're helping more people, maybe in a way.
Yes. I don't think it's because I help a bunch of sellers or help a bunch of buyers. I perform a service for them, but I do think that there's more money to be made in a more effective and efficient manner. And what that means is I can choose what to do with that money better than a lot of other people can. I think I can choose where to put money into charities better than any.
It's kind of like taxes,
any
right?
government
like
organization
pay my own
could.
tax.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Did I pass the test? Was I open enough for the audience? Do you
No,
mind if I take you up on the I Speed the Lead lesson you were offering earlier?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll share my screen, but I don't think that'll be beneficial to you because you're driving. But what in particular, like, are you saying like the fixed price mode I was talking about?
Yes. So from what I understand from Danielle, if you operate in fixed price mode, between the benefits and the bonuses that seem to come every week,
correct,
you will actually spend as much or less than if you buy the coupon club and spend $29 in every lead, and that's your only. I was interested in your thoughts and what you could show me about that, and I was interested if you just show me what a fixed price mode looks like to you, because you've shown me what property leads looks like to you, and how you'll be in a day, and some days you're just like waiting the better part of an hour every hour, just
like you're
get a
fishing.
lead, please. Like, come on, would you please send over a lead? I'm dying over here. I don't even know if I can go to the bathroom. I'm so anxious for a lead. I don't want to miss it. But if I see the lead, you just get to pick, like, and then call.
Yeah. So the main difference, the main variable in the equation is if you. Okay, so for the sale leads, right? They're discounted. If you're part of the discount club or coupon club, you could get these relatively cheap leads for low cost, right? Which is good, but the caveat behind that is they're not exclusive, right? So I recommend for people that are new to wholesaling, maybe sign up for the coupon club, buy those coupon leads in your area, or maybe in an area that you want to market in, and just chip away, get better, get the reps in, call. Maybe you close a deal, maybe you don't, but at least you're getting the licks in, right? But I wouldn't say they're the same to fixed price mode. Fixed price mode is more, you're buying exclusive leads. It's more high end leads. If you would say, like, you're going to give your closers these leads, and the sale leads you probably give to a VA, right? Because they're PPL, but they're low hanging, kind of like, they're kind of, for lack of a better word, I think the sale leads are kind of like prostitutes, right? They get a lot of customers, a lot of users, right? They're cheap, they're easy, but the exclusive leads are like high end, like no one's touched them, right? So it's a little bit different, right? But we're fixed price mode. I'm able to tinker with my filters, meaning I don't want to buy mobile homes. I only want to buy people that are looking to sell within now or a month. So you're able to niche down and filter and build the widget, right? And if you do it to a point where, like for me, I said, hey, I want to spend this much, let's just say $100, right? What do I need to do to get down to $100? And for the fixed price mode is pretty much picking more counties. So the more counties you buy, your lead costs go down, right? So, if you're just targeting Tampa, maybe Dallas, a few hot counties, that fixed price mode will be really expensive. But if you add a bunch of counties on top of that, it'll drive the price down, because you got to think of them as a business standpoint. The more counties you pick, the more chances they have to sell you that lead without losing money. So I think that's why they drive the price down. So, if you're new to wholesaling, I would say you buy the sale leads, you just chip them away. The opposite of that would be like Caesar's doing. He's experienced, but he's still buying the sale leads because he's pretty much going after, I wouldn't say numbers, but he's buying cheaper leads to be better than other wholesalers. So he doesn't really go down the exclusive lead route. It's just a different strategy. But the way I leverage the fixed price mode is I have a fixed price, which is $100 per lead. I picked all these states that I think are good. And within those states, I picked the most populated counties by population, like with ChatGPT. And I just put them in there, and they said, okay, that looks good. That's your cost, right? So every day I either turn on the leads or turn them off, kind of like property leads. An hour before this, I had it on. A lead came in. I got notified. I wanted in speed the lead, and I turned them off because I wasn't ready for another lead, because sometimes it'll come back to back if those filters are good, and those leads will come through, right? So with the fixed price mode, you're able to turn them off and on, which is good. On top of that, if you're looking for more like discounted, Caesar does bring up the fact that if you buy a lead, you'll get a coupon like email, just like any other business. Like you buy something for Nike, you'll get 30% off your next visit. It's the same marketing tactic, right? So what I like to do, instead of a fixed price mode, I like to take advantage of the flash sales per se. And if they allow you to use that sale lead or discount and apply it to exclusive lead, it's lower than $100. And I'm able to choose, okay, well, this exclusive lead is in Tampa. I'm going to buy it, add that sale code, and it turns out to be cheaper than the fixed price mode. And the fixed price mode is a net of leads that are in my good counties, but with the on market exclusive, I'm able to choose which one I want and apply that discount code, and it goes from 300 down to like $80. So I like that better than the fixed price mode, but the fixed price mode is there in case I don't have these sales, these flash sales, if that makes sense.
It does. So 4 things. Let's see if I can remember all 4.
Yeah.
Number 1, if you decide you want to pick up some work while you're still a real estate investor, there's a home for you in some kind of talk show broadcasting. Just so you know, between what you gave me and what you just did there, aces. Maybe I had a couple jokes in. I don't know, but I think you got the voice and the attitude and the demeanor of all the great talk show hosts I've ever seen, for sure. Okay, 2. There was a time with property leads, I remember you experiencing this for a few days, where it felt like, I don't know if it's actually true, but it certainly sounded like you were feeling this. You couldn't manipulate the pre-selection to avoid the mobile home. Like, you couldn't help it. Like, no matter what you did, you got a mobile home. Do you feel like with iSpeed of Leads pre-selections, you've been able to get out of that?
Night and day. Like, so right now I still use property leads, and right now I have I got California's. I was doing nationwide, but they're so rural, so I niched down to statewide. So I have Florida, Arizona, California just wide open right now, $75, and I'm waiting for these leads to come in. I did have Texas added to the mix, and I was getting a lot of Texas leads compared to California, Arizona, Florida. Those would never come in, but the Texas would come in relatively quick, right? It's like a faucet, right? I turn on the Texas lead, a lead would come in, but the majority of those leads would be mobile homes. So I was like, fuck this. I eliminated Texas, but I'm not getting any Florida, Arizona, California leads. I know why, because people are buying them at the top level and they don't come down to me, which makes sense. But with Speed of Lead, I told Yuri, I was like, bro, like, I want to go with you guys. But, you know, with Texas, I was getting a lot of mobile homes. And you're like, well, we'll just get rid of that. I was like, okay, let's do it. So it's just a filter you turn off and on.
Okay.
So if property leads was, if I was able to eliminate mobile homes on property leads, I would still buy property leads, Texas leads, if that makes sense.
Okay, number 3 of 4. I remember you experiencing something like the more counties you added to the mix and property leads, things would just come too fast and the money would run out too quick. And it sounds like you're saying the more pre-selection counties you have in iSpeed to lead, it just drives down the price. It doesn't like keep prices the same or more. It actually drives down the price per lead. Did I make the association correctly, or did I misunderstand you?
Yes, and I would relate it. I would relate it to like the more stuff you buy, like at a restaurant, the cheaper it'll get. Like you'll get incentives, right? Like, hey, add this for cheaper, right? So the bigger net you have on these speed of leads, the unit price goes down. So, you know, if I'm just picking, you know, Tampa, Dallas, San Diego, and those were my only counties, my cost per lead will be really high. But I still chose those counties, but I was able to add a lot more other counties that aren't really that popular. Well, they're still populated, but I just added more of them to get the cost down per lead, because for them, I feel like it's a stock. Like if you have your stop loss at a certain price, you'll allow more leads to come in. Maybe if I'm trying to match the relationship, but like it's pretty much the bigger net you have, the cost per lead will go down, because as a business, I'm thinking as I'm owning iSpeed of Lead, if Jason has more filters, he's going to buy more leads. But if he has less filters, he's going to buy less leads. So why should I give him incentives to buy more leads? I understand it on the business side of things, where yeah, if you add more counties, it's cheaper because for me, if I have this lead and I'm trying to sell it to Jason as a consumer, I have more opportunities where he's going to buy because his net's bigger.
Yeah, it reminds me of the difference of a casino with a poker table and a casino without. You don't have the poker table at the casino to make money off of it. You have it for the action. You want people coming in to your casino so they'll start playing the other games too. And that's what poker tables do for casinos.
Yeah.
Fourth thing, I guess I'll add a fifth. You're saying that for Caesar, the $29 leads, what it's really doing for him is giving him another opportunity more often than with the non-$20 leads to practice a skill set. Is that about right?
Yeah, to practice more of your skill set, but I don't think Caesar needs more practice, but I feel like he's buying more leads because he could compete with other wholesalers that are not as good as him. And yeah, these leads that are sale leads are been touched by too many wholesalers, but the bet is on that other wholesalers aren't as good as Caesar. I'm not speaking on Caesar's behalf, but that's how I would envision it. Where the reason I would buy a sale lead is because all these other wholesalers called, but I might be better than them. I might be better at negotiation. I might be better at comping. So it's basically just skills versus skills. And if you could drive the cost of your lead down to a $29 price, you have more at bats. And Caesar, I've seen Caesar buy a lot of leads. Sometimes they're blown out by other wholesalers, but sometimes he locks it up and it's a good deal. So relatively perspective of, Caesar could speak on this, but I would say if you bought 100 sale leads, to get one deal, I'm not saying those are the right numbers, but if you bought 100 sale leads and you got one deal, that same amount of ROI or that conversion would be maybe you buy 5 exclusive leads to get the same result, and you're spending less time doing it. So it just depends on what camp you want. But Caesar, could you kind of go on to like why you would say not fixed price mode, but sale leads are better in your business and why?
Because I'm just farming them. I'm betting on the fact that these guys got locked up at a very high price and the wholesalers don't perform. There's going to be more of those than the ones that actually do perform, right? And so that's what I'm betting on. And I'm also betting on the majority of these people are still in the right motivation, wrong price bucket. But by the time I call them, educate them, even if they don't sign up now, there's a good chance they'll sign up later. So I'm looking at more on the long term than short term. Now, I've locked up deals. We've got a couple that are like going to come out of the make it to the finish line on just off of those sale leads, like $29, dude, $25, $10. I'm not going to turn that down. And yes, I am betting on the fact that I'm better than most wholesalers out there.
What I've noticed, Caesar, with you is that you've gotten into a rhythm now where it's actually so precise. It's muscle memory with you. Every time I hear you, you're doing every single call exactly like all the other calls that you've done, which is remarkable because now you don't look at anything. It just comes out automatically out of the lips and it's perfect. That's why I'm back here, because I'm trying to learn from all you guys. You guys tend to do things really well. So thanks for having me.
I appreciate that. And for me, it comes down to, I think we were talking about it earlier, like when I first started, like my goal wasn't to make money. My goal wasn't all of those things. My goal was just repetition. It's like, what did I not do right that day? What can I do today to fix it? And it was just refining it. And that's, you're seeing like 12 months of it. Literally, my 12-month anniversary is in 14 days. Or
awesome, man. Days. Awesome.
So that's 12 months of stuttering, of figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And then here comes RJ in January, and I'm like, oh, there it is. And I just go, you know what I mean? And then I've just refined it to a point where I'm not going to say it's better, but it's better for me. You know what I mean? It works for me. It works with my style. It works with my way of thinking. Like, but you got to put in the reps to figure that out.
So this is what I've got written down on my laptop here. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Because I know that when I first started, I was scared. I didn't want to come on, but I had to force myself because I know the only way to do this is to go through the process and then get better and better as you move along. Like you, 12 months later, look at you.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Angel, could you like bookmark where you are right now? Let me interrupt. Noah has stepped away. I want to ask this question while he's not around. To my recollection, it was 2 weeks ago. Might have been 3, might have been 1. He came into an implementation call. He very politely did it. He listed some of his gripes and some of his frustrations, and he did it with a very earnest heart. I'm not saying he did it, but then he started to make changes where he followed some suggestions for people. Brandon, you were one of the people who gave him some suggestions that day. And here he is on this live. I take it he's been attending often, and you've seen changes in his position and his results. What's been going on for him?
Yeah, I think people in titanium or just in general have questions of the unknown, right? So you ask these questions, and you get advice, and you implement them the best you can. I feel like Noah's just like us. We're action takers. So I feel like a lot of people in titanium, they're either action takers or they're just consumers. And sometimes you got to get pushed to the action taking side of things. And Noah has questions, and we're there as a community to fall back and give guidance. But I think what's helping with him is just he's taking action. He's a business owner himself. So I feel like everyone has these traits in them. It's just sometimes you need someone to pull it out of you and just put you in the right direction sometimes. But yeah, I think everyone who's in everyone's here is new or experienced, but we all go through the same journey. We're like, oh my God, EMD, or oh my God, title, or oh my God, walkthroughs, or oh my God, price drops. Like we will always have the same issues. It's just a matter of when they arise or when you have to face these issues, right? When you're new, it's probably EMD. When you're experienced, it's more like title company issues. Like there's very little that I think that'll shock me now. I'm Tyler probably as well, everyone in here, like the hard shit's over, right? There might be some stuff with title and you might need to do some research, but all the hard stuff like EMD, buyer walkthroughs, proof of funds, like all that stuff we've already dealt with. So it's anything that comes up, I probably already know how to deal with it. There's very little left to the imagination of what I'm going to encounter on a cash deal, but I'm pretty sure there will be some that will bring up. But if I run into that question, I'll just ask out for help. I'm not worried about it. If I have it, I'll ask it. But it's like with sub 2, right? There's only a few objections, right? My DTI, my entitlement issues. There's only a few things to push through to be pretty experienced in it, right? So for me, I think we went through the breadth of it, like the hard part, the EMD, all this other shit I was talking about. Once you get through that, it's pretty much like Angel was saying with Caesar, right? Caesar had a long time to figure shit out, but now it's on autopilot. And I feel like Tyler's the same way. I'm the same way. Angel's getting there too. It gets to the point where you deal with the same shit and it just becomes autopilot. And now you're just looking for the deal. You're hunting, and you're saying no to shitty opportunities. But yeah, what do you think about that, Tyler? Like, are you dealing with any new issues, or are they pretty much the same thing and you just know how to deal with them now?
Yeah, nothing new really. Mm-hmm. Just pivoting around the dispo changes, but I mean, it's not new. It's just adapting. Other than that, if I have something new, like a sub 2, I give it to you. If I have an ovation, I give it to Danielle, and I let the other pros do where I don't know best. And I don't try to learn everyone because I got people like you guys that'll just do it, for half. And I'd rather do that than try to learn a whole new thing.
Yeah, I think the goal is to simplify a business. And, for me, like I need some help. Like we're talking about novations. I'm not going to, maybe in a year or 2 or 3, maybe I'll learn novations. But as of right now, where it stands, I don't need to know novations. I need to know this could be a novation, and I need to know who to give it to. But as far as the topic at hand, I don't need to be an expert.
Yeah, that's how, I mean, like I know how to run the numbers on them to see if it's a deal. But outside of that, all the stuff that can go wrong, no clue. Like I know there's a lot of stuff, but I wouldn't know how to navigate it. So I agree with you 100%. Just give it to the people who know what they're doing.
Right now, I just want to learn how to close deals like Looney.
Right. I think he's just buying leads after leads. I want to bring it up here.
How and where? Yeah, exactly. How is he getting those leads? I mean,
That's
he's
what
using.
I'm saying. We've been buying leads forever.
Yeah.
We're not getting shit.
I ain't had one that's been a potential 6-figure one. I mean, besides like big, like if I was talking to commercial things or something, but not a house in Virginia or nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
So Caesar, what are you going to do to make that happen? Like, how are you going to get him on here, or how are you going to go to him, or find an implementation call? What's your move?
I've already reached out to him, so I'm going to pick his brain. Figure it out. He's doing something a little different.
Yeah,
I think John is just like I said in the chat earlier, like he's a bull in a china shop. He's just a go-getter, and I'm like that sometimes too. Where like he might ask a few questions about something, like InvestorLift. He came to me, but I feel like he's the type of person where like he'll just run through the wall. Like, and I feel like a lot of us have that same spirit. It's just his is on a crack level status, which is good.
I heard one time he sold ice to what are them people called?
Eskimos.
Yeah, I heard he sold ice to them once.
That's funny.
I don't know what kind of it was. I don't know.
I think it's just a mindset.
It's a good last name for him.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to be a lunatic, right?
I mean, we all have the same mindset. I think, and this is where that's why I need to talk to him, because I also have a feeling that maybe I'm doing way too much of the sale leads and not any on the exclusive leads. That can be a valid statement. That can very well be the case. You get what I mean?
Like I was asking today. I don't know either.
Yeah. And so I personally think that's what it is.
Are you?
Who's got his phone number? Who's got his phone number?
I do.
Are you mainly coupon club?
Right now, tell him there's 6 people who want to hear what he's got to say. See if that attracts them. He strikes me as a showman. He likes an audience. Why don't you tell him? No, let's call him.
He's busy.
Yeah, just tell him there's about 200. Tell him there's 200 people on here asking for the lunatic.
All right, let me call him real quick.
Tell him Kai Sanat's in here watching.
He just posted something hella funny.
Let me call him real quick.
Just keep it 100. I don't need your 2 cents.
Hey, what's up, bro?
How's it going, boys?
Hey, you busy right now?
Not for you.
Oh, awesome, bro. So much love. So I'm on the chat. I'm on the Zoom or not the Zoom, but the YouTube with like all the boys, and we're just talking about lead flow and how you are just a lunatic, just kicking doors and taking action, which is awesome, right? So we just wanted to know, we're talking about fixed price mode, we're talking about sale leads, we're talking about exclusive leads. Not sure if you have a second to kind of dive into like, out of speed to lead. We know you're buying speed to lead, but what exactly are you doing that's working for you? If you had a second.
Yeah, bro. So I got Jay. I got Jay Morency with me now from the group.
Nice.
And like, I honestly, bro, to be honest, like, I listen to what sellers say when it comes to motivation and timeline, and I remember I note it, I follow up on the timeline, and I also do I do a lot of open questions like, so is that the best and earliest time? I use the election as like a time crunch. Right after the election, I'm going to use the holidays. Right after the holidays, I'm going to use the summer. Like, you just got to know what's coming up so you can make a imaginary deadline to create urgency. There's always a season coming up, so you got to make it seem like that season is going to make it worse.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. And so, like, all the deals that I've gotten in the last 7 days, which I think is like, I don't know, 7. Yeah. Are honestly all leads that I bought 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I haven't purchased one new lead all week.
Okay.
I've just been refollowing up, so I know if I'm signing or ditching. You know what I'm saying? And so I think what I've seen a lot of people do, because I got two new guys in the office, one of them from the group, one of them from another company. Like it's all about tonality on the phone and really knowing, should you ever call this person back, and if you should, what is the best time, and what number were they thinking about when you talk to them? Because like a lot of people are doing too much comps and analysis,
like in the weeds.
They dial. They see the lead, they copy paste, put it in prop string, like, oh, what can I offer? They call, no answer. And so I don't do none of that shit. I just say, hey, I'm calling these 10 people, and once I get the hello, nice to meet you, hey, I'll see if you guys still selling your property. Then I'm looking, okay, sweet, how much you guys looking to get for it? I'm actually looking into it right now, and like, and boom, you know what I mean? And so then at the end of the day, I tell my guys before they leave, you know, you need to make 100 dials, and we need at least a hit list of 5 people that when you show up to the office, you're shooting them a text, you're giving them a call, you're even sending them an email maybe of the comps of what's around the house and what you're
like adding
your
ammo
plan.
to your reasoning, right? Kind of.
Yeah, your plan, pretty much like what you want to do. A lot of people are just a cash offer, and that's why you're not selling anything. You sound like a coupon.
Yeah.
And you got to be more of a service. Like, hey, I think we can get this amount of money for you. Like, if you listen to any of my videos, I always say I'm going to get you paid.
Yeah.
It's never like I'm acquiring your property. It's like my goal is to get you paid.
You're selling the result, but you're pitching how to get there.
Yeah. I'm selling the solution.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily buying their home. And so the problem is a lot of these wholesalers are saying, oh, I'm going to buy your house, which is a good way to go at it for that type of person. But some people that are distressed for finances or this or that, like you gotta help, you know? And that's how you get the contract, is just like, you know, hey, okay, well, hey, our company is definitely buying that. Like, put it on your company buying it, not necessarily you as a human, because then you lose credibility if anything goes south.
Correct.
Right? You have no one to blame. But if it's like, hey, you know, my company, we're actually buying properties in that area. We're looking into that home right now. You know, okay, cool. Do you want 90K? Let me go talk to my senior underwriter. He hasn't left, you know, to go home yet. Let me see if we can squeeze that out. Hey, so I just came back. It looks like that, you know, that neighborhood, we can do 85, and we can get that done, you know, right here before the holidays. And like, I didn't set up a 30-day, 40-day. I said before the holidays. And like the first Monday is December 23rd. I'll set it up for then, or I'll set it up for fucking January the 6th, like the next year.
Kind of like booking appointments.
I'll explain to them that it's on or before. And I'll say, hey, you know, people, you know, as you know, because they don't know how fast cash offers go. They don't know it's 14-day close. You have to always assume that they're thinking 30-year mortgage time frame. And so those are 30 days to close sometimes. So I say, hey, if someone decides they want to get to, if everything gets squared away, you know, let's say in 2 weeks from now, they're closing at around Christmas, just in case, I'm going to stretch it out 2 more weeks so we don't have to re-sign it later. Okay.
You're giving yourself runway.
Yeah, I'm just setting up the expectation, because like I tell guys, like, don't lock up accounts that you can't set expectations and really try to guide them. When you try to guide a customer into a contract and they're like not being like they're not being teammate with you back, you need someone that's going to teammate with you back. And if you get 10, you know, deals a month to have a good career, you can just get 4 if all 4 of your customers are teammating with you back.
Would you say that it's pretty much giving energy and receiving energy? So if there's energy from a seller that, you know, there's motivation, their price is good, you're going to give them back the same amount of energy to get the deal done. But if it's a deal where, you know, it's not really hitting on all cylinders, you're not really going to put more energy into that deal. You're going to do some follow-ups, right?
Yeah. A lot of guys that I hear on the phone, they sound boring as fuck. I shout at Jay all the time, because sometimes he's on the phone in the morning real monotone. I'm like, bro, I wouldn't buy anything from that either.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got to get excited. You got to be thrilled to get on the phone with somebody. Think about it. You're calling people that are either getting divorced, financial distress, someone died.
Yeah.
You have to be the light on the phone, like, because their life is not in a good situation, or that lead wouldn't have came through your CRM. So you have to be some type of God's grace hitting their phone line before you start talking numbers and investments and all this bullshit, because they don't care about that.
They just want to know that you could help them. Then
you know, hey, let me see, and you know, let me see what I could do to help. Let me go talk to my senior underwriter. Let me see what I could do. Like, talk like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me see what I could do to help you out. Like, 90's a lot, but I really want to help you out. Let me see what I can do. Boom.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people that get caught in the rabbit hole of like, some sellers don't need our help. Some sellers need a realtor, right? So they're forcing that seller to be with a wholesaler when that matchmaker should be a real estate agent, right? And they're spending too much time.
Which actually, 80-90% of the deals that I've signed on accident, not because I'm pushing it, but they do pivot more to novation.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I got my first novation closed tomorrow.
Nice. Hell yeah, bro. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a lot easier. Now, it is a little bit more tedious. Like examples, this. I had pictures supposed to be getting taken at this novation I have in Houston tomorrow. I sent the cleaning lady today. Because, yes, when you do novations, you pay shit out of pocket sometimes. Not repairs, but, a little vacuum, little clean, little cut the grass.
Moving expenses sometimes.
Yeah, make it look fucking sexy because you're going to post it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so the cleaning lady went to show up and the power's off. There's no power in the house. It's vacant. So I'm like, oh, crap. So what do I got to do? Pay for the power bill. Then little stuff like that sets you back. But, you got a realtor, not necessarily professional because they all fucking suck.
Yeah.
But you got a realtor disfoing it technically for you. And on the side, you could still technically disfo it on Investor Lifter by yourself as long as you didn't sign a listing agreement. You could just, basically JV a realtor.
Yeah, and just have them opening the door for you, right? That's pretty much the leverage.
All this traditional stuff that everyone's used to is not like no one knows about this other strategy, the novation with the JV on the realtor. But like if you read the documents, it's 100% legal.
Yeah. Would you say? So you pointed to the fact that you're not really buying any more leads right now because you're working other leads and you're closing deals and you're busy, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
If you were going to start buying leads again, like, with what you learned in this short amount of time by doing all these deals and you're back on speed of lead and you're picking leads, where do you go?
Yeah. So if I'm doing fixed price mode, it has to be where the buyers are. So don't filter the house to the best filters in all these other counties. Only do the best counties with the most buyers. You're not going to sell a house if there's no buyer.
Correct.
You can have contracts all day. So the first things first, you got to go where the buyers are, like the Dallases, the Tarrant counties, the Houston,
the big metro,
County, San Antonio. Yes. Don't go farther away because if you pay $100, $150 a lead, it better be in a good deal and there better be some juice in the lemon.
Yep.
So that's first things first. Next, make sure it's something that can sell. 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. A lot of times, whenever you're doing the four bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, the prices are higher, which could be good, which could be really good. Mm-hmm. But you got to think about the market and interest rates are super high, so people are buying those $350, $400 lower, $1,000 homes. Those 3 bedrooms, 2 bath is that window where people can afford.
Yeah, you want to buy kind of like the average where there's more buyers compared to a higher price point, right?
More investors. Just the hottest stuff. You're gonna pay $150, get the hottest stuff. And why I'm so addicted to the cheaper leads is because every
sale leads.
The coupon club.
Okay.
Every wholesaler I've talked to, they honestly suck.
Yeah.
They don't know how to have empathy, sympathy. They don't listen. They don't take notes. As soon as they finish the day, they close their laptop. They go home. They forget. They show up the next day, and they don't know where to start.
Which is a typical sales job.
Yeah, with these leads, you have to babysit and cater and show your love to the leads, and then they want to sell, and if they haven't sold, then they will sell. Something's off. The motivation isn't high enough, or the prices that everyone else's give was too low.
Mm-hmm.
So you just got to figure out where you can fit. And with the novation pivot, sometimes they're desperate, they're down.
Yeah, and I feel like what you're saying about the coupon club, and Caesar does this as well. He kind of says it's farming, but you're kind of wedging yourself in these deals where, this lead has been kind of torn out by other wholesalers, kind of like used and abused. But if you come in at the right time and you wedge yourself in that deal, like, hey, that wholesaler sounds like a piece of shit, they're not transparent with you, sometimes you could be that knight in shining armor where you're a wholesaler, but you're better than the rest that have been contacting me and I want to go with you.
I agree. Sometimes when these people are filling out these online ads to get a cash offer, they just got in an argument with their husband. They just got a bill that they can't afford. And they're not answering the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So 2-3 weeks after they've been spammed by everyone else, you call them later. Now they're a little bit, the smoke's cleared out a little bit. Now they can answer the phone.
It's kind of like D-Day, where the first day a seller will get bombarded, right? You storm the beach, you're getting shot up. It's fucking train wreck, right? But when the dust settles, their mindset, maybe they're above retail, but now they're back to reality now because they've been forced to reality by all these calls.
Offers, they understand after those wholesalers offered 180, 190, 170, they understand that that's all they're working with. So you come in, you know, at 185 later, or, you know, whatever, they're like, okay, we're going to take this one.
Yeah. So it's a lot of it just wedging yourself in these conversations to present yourself as a professional and someone that's could actually get the deal done. So, you know, you buy these coupon clubs, but also you do the fixed price mode. I know Caesar talks about this a lot because sometimes they have these flash sales where you could get, you know, these sale coupons and you can apply them to exclusive leads. And I like that better because I have fixed price mode, but with the coupon, you could pick the exact location of this exclusive lead and get it down to a lower price than you would for fixed price mode. Like, for example, $100 a lead with fixed price mode. If I have a flash sale, I could buy an exclusive lead and I could get it down to 80 in a market where
those flash sales are legit.
Yeah.
You know, those flash sales are legit. So you got to make sure that you're on your phone, regardless if you're on the couch and you get that text message or that email. You got to jump on it and buy.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you're not in the energy mode to call, you got to send them a text and set up a call.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, dude, would love to have, like, I know you're a busy man, but if you ever want to jump on these lives and share anything or just join the calling, you're always welcome, bro.
Yeah, I'm down to jump on tomorrow.
Sweet, bro. Yeah, we'll be on. Awesome, bro.
All right, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you later. You guys hear him a little bit?
Yeah, that was good.
Now, wait a minute. What was all that hullabaloo about? He won't pick up and he won't talk to us. That man is a showman. He will talk to you. He will pick up. That man
he was waiting on that
loves
call.
an audience. He was great.
Hell yeah, bro.
He's ready to give. He's got a shine for Brandon. Did you hear that? I got time for you, bro. He's sweet talking Brandon. Give him all that flirt.
You gotta love the devil dog, you know. But yeah, like John was saying, kind of like what Caesar says all the time, like you're just wedging yourself in these failed leads as someone better or someone that could actually get the shit done, right?
That's what I say a lot. I use everybody else to my advantage. Like, oh, awesome, great, I'm here. You ain't got to talk to no one else anymore.
It's like a shitty boyfriend, right? You know, the hot girl could hang out with all these douchebag guys. Then, you know, once they get turned off by the douchebagness, and you come in, you're like the knight in shining armor.
You have to just be decent to look like a shining star.
Right?
Well, I'm screwed.
What?
Why? Because you don't have a finance department? Why are you screwed, Caesar?
There's always somebody out there. You gotta just keep your eyes and ears open. Perk up those antennas.
You guys want to know who's the action taker here? Our boy Adrian. This is the guy that drove from freaking Canada to Boston. Let's go.
Hey guys.
What's up? Nice
from Montreal.
Yeah, from Canada.
So they say like Europe or like the UK is like across the pond, right? Like Morgan or Piers Morgan always says across the pond. What is there something funny with like Canada, like we could say?
Well, I'm actually, funny enough, where I'm from in Montreal, we speak French here.
Oh, cool.
So we're actually we get all the French from France come in pouring. So we're kind of more unique on the east side of
You're like
Canada.
West France.
Yeah, exactly. We're like France in North America.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I was just in Paris a couple months ago. It was a blast.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice. And where are you at?
I'm in San Diego. Everyone else can go into where they're at.
I'm in Ohio.
Ohio. Where in Ohio?
Southern Ohio, like an hour south of Columbus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my first market I ever did was Dayton, back in 2023.
Yep.
That's when I was learning from Zach Ginn, Rick Ginn. Do you guys know those guys?
Yeah.
Yep. Rick.
Yeah. So I was just trying to do everything free. I locked up 2 contracts back then that didn't end up fall through. But it was fun time. I had no clue what I was doing. So just the lead flow was not there, and there was no PPL. So I was just trying to hustle, cold call. I even started sending letters in Ohio. So yeah.
You send pigeons?
Yo, literally.
Was it cuckoo?
Sorry?
Was it cuckoo?
Was cuckoo.
Crazy.
Can you say it like a Nova Scotian?
Cuckoo. Cuckoo A. A bud. Non, mais ici, on parle français. On est des bons Québécois, mon tabarnak.
Not casting spells on us, are you?
Dude, I was in Paris. I was like, bonjour, bonjour, right? Then I go to Rome, and I'm still talking the same way. I'm going to Portugal. I'm still talking the same way. My wife's like, dude, you're dumb. Like, bonjour.
They're all the same.
Like, it's all the same shit.
Yeah.
No, it's not. They're like stupid American.
High school French coming up to bite you in the butt.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
But bro, tell us about what you're doing in real estate, wholesaling.
Yeah. So since my time in 2023 Dayton, I've been doing actually multifamily acquisitions for a small firm. So that's kind of what I've been. I that was during school, so I finished school and then I kept on doing multifamily, and I closed a property in August, like a 16 plex in Montreal, and and then I have 2 contracts right now. But I'm closing like a couple $1 million property and making the same as a wholesale assignment fee. So I decided I wanted to get back into the U.S. market wholesaling, and I thought it was pretty fun. So about 3 weeks ago, I joined Titanium. I was like, I saw he was doing those group, like the 6-pack and all that. So at first I was like, I'm doing multifamily, and he's saying like you already have to be doing wholesaling. So I was like, okay, maybe it's not for me. But Garrett convinced me to, still give it a shot. So I joined, and I got my contract signed in Boston. I had to drive 5 hours there, 5 hours back, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Whoa. What did it feel like on the way there, and what did it feel like on the way back?
First off, I just want to say, Boston is beautiful, and it's like Montreal, but 10 times better. Just more money. No. Yeah, no. Unfortunately for me, it has the same feel, but just so much more money. Just beautiful city.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it felt good coming out of there, getting it signed for sure. And it was
why? Because you're afraid if you came back with no signature.
Oh my god, that would have been terrible.
You got 10 hours for what?
Yeah. I got it signed, and
what the last 20 minutes were you like, oh god, they better be there, please be there.
No, I was not letting this guy go. I was like in his house, not letting him go until like he was like, I don't want to give you the key. Like I signed it, so I'm like perfect, but then he was like worried about giving me the key. I'm like, oh, don't worry, just give it. Like we'll
just give it to me, don't worry.
So then I end up it was already late, and he didn't really want to give it to me. So I was like, I'll come back tomorrow. I'll go make a spare key. So I called up my friend at like 10 p.m. to sleep on her couch, and the next day went to do the spare key. Sent that straight to Tampa, and straight to. I just sent it to FedEx. I didn't even know who was gonna pick it up. I just sent it to the FedEx.
Is there any other businesses like? I think wholesaling is cool because you could literally not be from America or live in America and still make a lot of money. You always want to live outside America but get paid in dollars, right? That's the name of the game, right? So, being up in Canada is, other than wholesaling real estate, like, is there other opportunities that people could have to make dollars in, Canada?
Yeah. So here, as you know, third world country.
I'm from one too. It's called San Diego.
Yeah. But what's crazy in Canada, and how I compare it to the States is, well, especially Quebec, it's so disorganized. Like there's no lead companies, so it's really hard to get data. So it's like there's very few players because it's big barrier to entry, which means there's a lot of opportunity. Which means that if you get it, you understand how it works. There's a lot of opportunity. So there's a lot of opportunity, especially if you're buying multifamily, single family, all that, because there's not that much competition, but there's not those systems in place that makes it so easy. Like we don't have comping websites like Batch and PropStream. We don't have Investor Lift. We don't have all these companies that make it so much more easy.
That makes
So
sense.
that's the big difference. And obviously, there's less money to be made in Canada, just because there's a lot more barriers.
Yeah.
Smaller market.
So I feel like if I lived in Canada or Mexico or Europe, I'd be wholesaling in America.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's cool, man. Well, welcome. Good to have you, bro.
Thank you. Yeah. So I was just in calling all my my leads.
Let's get it. So typically, it's all fun to do conversations and discussions, but if someone has a call, we just yield to them. So if we're just chatting, Tyler's got a call, everyone will shut up. If not, I'll mute you. But that's typically what the flow is. We love dialogue, we love conversations, and bullshitting and cracking jokes. But if someone's got a call, we yield to them. So that's typically the flow.
Cool. And on that, we never say the property address, correct? Or
you can. It's just you get snaked. I'll just say, hey, Billy Bob, I was calling about your property off Forest Road. I just leave out the number,
Okay.
Or you just go on mute real quick, or an email, you just go on mute.
Okay.
Just
okay.
To protect the deal, pretty much.
True. Perfect. And Jason, do you do calls in your truck, or how do you?
I was trying to do it while driving around. Now I do it when I'm pulled over. Yes.
You gotta get You gotta get a Tesla robot so it could be driving and you could just be making calls on the passenger seat.
Yeah.
Tesla's got that big screen on there.
I've never even
that's
thought
right.
about that,
That's
Brandon.
right.
That's
I
very
completely
interesting.
agree. All right. Well, what was that?
This way, he's got something to point to. He can show all the dead people voting in Georgia. there were two dead people voting in Georgia.
Yeah, exactly. All right, no worries.
It was a good try, but it didn't work. Unfortunately, that guy in Georgia, his son died previously to that, and he was a Christian Republican who voted for Trump. But if you was a kid and get threatened by somebody, it's like a joke. I just went through fucking hell. My kid died, and now you're telling me I'm going to be in trouble?
Yeah.
I don't know how to count things. Fuck you, whoever you are.
Oh, no.
Fuck you, the Democrats, when they were suing him for the Georgia race before that. But after they lost, the Democrats just roll over and go away. Never quit, regardless of how much damage they're doing. They never quit. But you didn't call me to hear a
No,
you know what I mean?
No, I didn't. No, that's right.
What area of the country are you?
I'm actually currently in Hawaii. I'm out here for a month, but I know.
Burn the mortgage.
There you go.
I did after the first anniversary. I took the mortgage and I burnt it on the beach in Waikiki with my wife, and I said,
"Love it."
Go back to work. She didn't go back to work for a long time. Then she never went back to work because she's CPA, Ivy League educated. What am I going to do? Tell her not to work?
Yeah.
She's got a great career in the world, and we'll see what's happening. So,
wonderful.
What are you calling me for?
Yeah. So I called because are you still looking to sell that property on Southwest 8th?
8th Avenue Southwest. I'm at Northeast 8th Avenue right there. Yeah, the tenants, they're not. You're dragging their feet, so I can feel it already because the lease is coming up. So I'm going to tell them to leave, and I'm going to rent to somebody to rent to own. Somebody who can come in here, rent my home for the year, who qualify to buy it, and if they want to buy it after they live there for a year, I'll give them the rent money back on the down payment. So this way, there's no risk. You can move into the home, you get a feel for it for a while. If you don't like it, go look around, buy something else.
Yeah.
Not that much loss. But if you close on this sucker and you don't like it, you're screwed. So come hang out in my house for the year, and then next year we'll negotiate. But if you want to buy it, here's the price. This is what the rent is.
And if you do close by this date, you got it. So it's a rent to own.
All right.
Because these people, I don't think they're going to buy it. You know, if they were going to buy it, they would have given me the money by now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't want to hunt them down. They're getting a good value at 1.5. 1.5 is a real good price. You guys are paying about 1.3, 1.4 for it, the wholesale people, and the taxes are 1.6 now, going to be 1.7. So the tax value is what it should sell for. So the tenants are getting a real good deal because I don't have to pay a realtor. I don't have, you know what I mean? You can save a lot of money by selling it $100,000 or $200,000 below.
Yeah. So
you know what I mean?
So Pat.
Next you know, you lose $100,000.
Yeah.
So they should buy it because it's a good value. But I don't think they're going to step up. So if they want, they're going to say we want to rent it again. I'm going to say, well, the rental is only available for someone who wants to buy the house.
Yeah.
So you guys, if it was to me, you don't want to buy it, so your rent is going to go up tremendously where somebody else's rent.
How much is rent over there? How much can you charge them for rent?
Well, it's so hard. If you take the ocean access out of my house, we're on the water, you have a boat in the backyard, you can take the boat to Mar-a-Lago to the ocean. Let's pretend we're not on the water, because that's where you get a 4-bedroom, 2,600 square foot home, one floor, you know.
Yeah.
Split rooms, and washer and dryer inside, up the brand new roof, everything's updated, the plumbing's updated underneath the house. So you're like, okay, what's left? Well, you got a couple ACs, and what are you left with? So you look at the houses that sold and then were torn down.
Yeah.
Those homes don't exist anymore, and that's what we're asking for. 1.5, 1.6, one got torn down for building a 6.
So let me
down the street.
So let me ask you, Pat. I mean, if we're able to pay cash on this, how much are you looking to get for it for a straight cash deal?
1.5. That's what the tenant
1.5
can buy for. So that's what I get at the end.
Yeah. But that would be a rent to own. That would be a rent to own deal.
I get for 1.5 minus the tax, and everything else is paid for by them. And if they want, I'll write them a mortgage. But it's going to be a short-term mortgage. I don't want to take it for 30 years. So it'd just be a year or 2 or 3, and I can do it real cheap because my income now is California income, and we're paying over 50%. So that's where we can give a deal. Next 3 years, we got a lot of income coming in that's taxable. So why the hell should we make a lot of money now? Let's give the person buying the house a good deal. So interest only 3 years. Let's go get ahead a little bit. I think by law I got to charge 3.5% or 3.25%. You can't charge any less than that. Interest only, no principal. This way their payments literally go down compared to the rental payments. And in 3 years from now, they can gather some more strength, have some money, and then they're going to have to go get some financing.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, I'll cut a deal for them because or I'll take the house back. Fuck it, prison. So they got to put enough money down to warrant that.
Yeah.
Which is
no, I completely understand.
Down payment. And so that means the person buying the home has to have $500,000 in the checking account. Write me a check for $100,000 right now, and I'll sell the house to you next year for 1.5. And the reason I'm saying 1.5 is you're now paying 1.6 because you're not the renter. So 1.6, you give me $100,000, you get to buy it for 1.5. If you don't want to buy it, you can walk away. You only lose $100,000.
Yeah. How's the condition?
The house would be you got $7,000 rent, $6,500 for the rent if you don't have the water. When you have the water, it's so hard to guess. $10,000,
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of them go for 13 or 14 just for a few months during the season, January, December, January, February. 3 months, you're bringing in $35,000. You know what I mean? Because it's such a high demand to have a boat in your backyard for 3 months around Christmas and Thanksgiving and the holidays. People will pay, double, but they won't pay that much if it's a dry lot. In a dry lot, you're better off just renting it for the year.
Yeah. How's the condition of the house?
It's a tear down. It's worthless. So you got a house that's worthless. Pretend the house is in there. You're buying the property for the value. But the home's got a new roof on it. It's got new plumbing. New floors, basically concrete construction, strapped roof. You want to get insurance, you can get insurance, and it's got a beautiful view with an east exposure. I mean, I live in the house. I know it's a good house. I grew up there.
Yeah, yeah.
So I know my best thing is to find someone who wants to buy the house, but is skeptical. Why? Because you don't know. Here, move into it for a year. So I'll just go and I'll give them a real good deal on a rent. I'll charge them $6,000 for the rent.
What
25 people on it.
Pat, what if I find you a cash buyer that will close on in the next 30 days before the year's over? Would you be open to that?
You won't find someone that quick because it's not that good of a deal. And if you do close before the end of the year, you're going to hurt the taxes. You're going to close January 2nd because all that capital gain
Yeah.
pay April. So
Yeah.
it's all no mortgage on my own pretty clear. This is the time you look at the how to buy real estate, and you want to see a panic that the property that's there's something going on with it. They have to liquidate it.
Yeah,
That's your number one thing.
Well,
That's not happening here. So.
Well, if you're open to it, I mean, I can definitely find you a cash buyer. I'm pretty good at this. I could probably find you a cash buyer, but it's got to be like at 1.35, 1.4. That's it.
Yeah, why would I do that?
Well, I'm not saying that you would. I'm just saying if you're open to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what it is, I would do that in 2 seconds. If I needed the money, I'd be like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
First thing I'd do is actually go get a home equity line at the bank.
Yeah.
Because they're charging 6.5%, 7% now. Plus it's going down Thursday, another quarter point, and it should go down another full point. Yeah, that's the cheapest money available to that home. You guys are operating.
You guys can go ahead. This one's waste.
That sounds like a tough call.
Guy likes talking, though. I mean, the more he talks, the more you can negotiate.
Maybe. I just got off a 45-minute call with a guy. He has dementia, and I was already kind of going on. I was talking to his wife, but she's been hard to get a hold of. She's been hard to get a hold of the first call, but I was like, I've got it. It's a sweet deal in Cleveland. Or sorry, not in Cleveland, in Winston-Salem. And it would be, they want to sell it for 40 grand. ARV fixed up is like 200, 225. Would be a solid deal, but I just can't get a hold of her. And she's the one on title, but she wanted to talk to him, and he has dementia. And so half of the conversation was us having the same conversation like 4 times. It was,
yeah, those are tough ones.
Yeah. It feels bad because I wanted to talk to the decision maker, but she also wanted to, like his wife, the decision maker, wanted to talk to him, and it was hard because it was like he just kind of like kept bringing up the same stuff. I was like trying to tough, but he has a commercial property as well that he's looking to sell, so it might be a twofer. We'll see.
Yeah, it'd be good. At least you have the wife who's in charge, kind of, who doesn't have dementia.
Yeah.
Because my deal in Boston, it turned out the guy, the owner, has dementia. I only realized when I called him a week after, like, hey, we can send the guys in there. And he's like, who?
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
But his son, I contacted his son, and he's taking charge now, and it's much better.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm yeah. What do you need, baby?
I'm gonna try. I just had one new one come through. I'm gonna try and we'll see. Can you guys hear that? My phone seems quiet for some reason.
I can hear it.
I can hear it fine.
Seems quieter than usual.
Loud and clear.
Mailbox is full. I hate those.
Me too. Just got one up. Okay, so
That guy can talk. No
He
motivation.
loves to talk.
That one seemed tough. Hey, Caesar, I just talked to you. Remember Claudia from the other day?
Yeah. What's up with her?
I talked to her husband. He definitely has dementia. We had like a 45-minute call. I was telling these guys while you're on the phone, but we probably rehashed the same conversation at least 5 times, 6 times. It was tough. But he was like, because she was like, well, he wants to sell it for 200. And I was like, that was what she said at first. And I was like, and she was like, I mean, we'd take 100. And I was like, well, I'd probably be in at like 50. And she's like, well, I'd have to talk to my husband first. And so I sent her the offer and I was like, cool, talk to your husband. Just talk to him. And he was like, I don't know. I'd sell it for 40. I'm like, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Or I probably shouldn't have guessed, but yes, that's what I'm talking about. So,
you locked it up for 40?
Huh?
You locked it up for 40?
Trying. So she's the one on title. So I'm trying to get a hold of her. I gave him my number and had him write it down with my name and to have her call me. I should have asked him when she was going to be back, but at 40 it would be a killer deal because ARV on that house, from what I could see, is like 200 to 225, if not more. Because that was like, it's like a 6-bedroom house, so huge, it's a big house. Everything else is like 4-bedroom.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably like a 200 to 220 deal. ARV. It'd probably be super easy to move too. So I could get a pretty sick assignment, even for a flip. If I did like a 25K assignment, I'd still be selling it for 65,000. If someone put,
so dope.
If someone put, he said it's in perfectly fine condition.
Wow. And they live there right now, or is it vacant?
No, it's completely vacant. So even if the rehab was 50 grand to kind of like touch some things up or whatever, someone would still be making 50 grand on the flip.
Nice. Have you tried looking at it? Have you tried looking at it at a full rehab? Just try.
Let me see.
How long has it been vacant? We don't know, right?
It's been vacant for about a year.
Okay, it's only a year. That's good.
I mean, a full gut rehab would be like 100.
Yeah, how much would it be at 100 or at 80?
So let's say it's 80. I mean, I put my ARV conservatively at 175. I think it would be more like 200 to 225. So I'll say 215. Because there's a house that just now sold like close for that's much smaller for let's see, fixed up for 235 or 237. Nice. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, same square footage for 237. So 215, 80,000 in. I mean, if it took 80,000, I don't know. I'd have to have someone walk it, but
50.
They would still be making like 50.
Perfect. So you can put $70,000 of rehab there. I'm just saying, like, being conservative.
That's with $80,000 in rehab.
Yeah, I know, but if you put 70, that's still pretty conservative. You know what I mean? We're still being conservative by putting 70,000 in there.
Totally. Be a sick deal.
Awesome. Huh?
And that's with that's also with a 25,000 assignment.
Yeah.
That's so I mean, obviously there's room to go down on my assignment to make a deal work. But
that's sick, bro.
That'd be wicked. I'd take that, man. I'd be pumped up if I could get that thing signed and moved.
Yeah.
I'd be like, Diddy, take that.
Diddy.
Like Diddy.
Dude, that guy's never gonna. That guy.
He's not having fun. He's not having fun.
Hey.
Oh, he's having fun seeing all
I was about to say, from the sounds of it, prison's his style.
But no champagne, no caviar, no steaks, no nothing. Just prison food.
Didn't sound like that was what the Diddy parties were about.
And no oil.
Yeah, no oil.
Just having to use soap.
Is that soap?
I find it so amusing that the Democrats are the party of Diddy party.
Dude, I know there's all those
That's
videos,
true.
those pictures of like Diddy with like Leo DiCaprio, Taylor Swift, all these people. They're like, it's interesting how everyone who's supporting Kamala.
You know,
Yeah.
Clinton and Obama were in there. You know those two guys.
Oh, for sure.
When they caught him in Epstein Island, right? Clinton was in Epstein Island.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I've seen that.
Wearing a blue dress.
What's a bigger scale, Epstein or P. Diddy? I would say maybe P. Diddy's a bigger story than Epstein. I'm not sure though. I'm just speculating.
I would say P. Diddy, but the thing about Epstein was more of a power broker. It doesn't seem like
politicians and everything.
Diddy was more of like a famous person, artist,
like
actors.
hype stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Epstein was more of like princes and politicians and very, very powerful, influential people.
Yep. What do you need? I'll get it for you.
Yeah.
Would you say, I don't know, I've come to this conclusion. It's quite mind-boggling that, no matter what side of the political spectrum you are, but I feel like the right, the Republicans, I wouldn't say Republicans, but most conservatives or MAGA, I would just say MAGA people, MAGA, right? They're more on, like, let's spread awareness about human trafficking, child pedophilia, all that stuff, like spread awareness, right? But I feel like the opposite is on the left. I'm just drawing conclusions, but I feel like the MAGA people are always pushing the limit, like, hey, go see that movie about the human trafficking. It's a good movie. But yet the blue try to throttle the marketing budget for that. So it's just fascinating that I feel like it should be bipartisan, right?
Well, I think the weird thing is, and I've heard a lot of people say this, and you see this in action as well with voting, but a lot of the people who are classically Democratic for the reasons of the Democratic Party
like
are now Republican because
Tulsi Gabbard, Musk,
Rogan, yeah. I mean, like, because everybody has said this too, is like the Democratic Party used to be the party of the working class, and the Republican Party was the class of the elites, and that is like completely flip-flopped to be opposites now.
That was in 1950, and then they switched roles.
Right.
And now it's like all the working class people are very Republican, and it's more of the elites that are very liberal. So it's an interesting swing.
It's a weird time, and I was watching Joe Rogan. Well, Joe Rogan's the perfect example. Not Joe Rogan, but Elon Musk of like, you have kids. He has a lot of baby mamas or whatever, but he's got a lot of kids, and one kid is, a part of that community, and he's transgender now. But it's just like this wasn't a thing back then, and now it is, and it's just weird that when you talk about minors and P. Diddy, and like when you hear that like, oh my God, every fucking day it's a new story, and it just gets worse and worse. Like last month it was like a 16-year-old, now is a 13-year-old, now you hear 10-year-old. You're like, it keeps getting worse, and you would feel like the media would be up in arms, right? Like, this is disgusting. Celebrities should come out, but they're caught in that web of they're associated with it, so they can't talk about it. It's just weird. Like, everyone should be talking about human trafficking, child pedophilia. Like, it's disgusting, and I feel like those people should be eliminated, but it's not publicized as much. It's just weird, to go off on a tangent.
It is weird. It's a weird time we live in, man.
Yeah.
It's a weird time. I think we'll see today. When do the actual election, like full election results come out, as far as like all the electoral college and stuff like all that is accounted for and moved?
Usually we should know by tonight, like a lot of times the votes will come in, and, you don't have to wait for California because the election's already called, right? It's just how the numbers work, right? But I feel like in this election, Elon Musk said it yesterday, this is the most important election in the world, right? Like, it's so polarizing, the candidates and the direction of this country, whether you're left or right, but it's a big election. And I feel like the Democratic machine is going to drag their feet as much as they can. So I don't think we'll get results tonight. I honestly think we might have to wait a few days.
We did that in 2020.
Did what?
I mean, it
like
took,
the night of.
No.
Or took a while?
No,
I don't remember.
It was like, I mean, from what I remember, now I might be wrong, but from what I remember, the 2020 election took like a while.
Really? I don't remember. But yeah, I think
I might be getting it confused with another, but I remember it taking like several days.
Yeah. Was there one where we knew that night? Because I remember, I think it was Hillary and Trump. Like we knew that night. I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was fast. But Joe Biden, like Robert says, like he needed to have a few days to rig the election.
Find more ballots.
Yeah, it's just, why is it that you go to Costco, you need an ID, but when you vote, like Elon Musk was saying yesterday, he was with his buddy in Palo Alto and they were voting, and the sight of an ID to a California election official drove them nuts. Like, oh my God, like we don't need to see that. And I was like, what? Like, are you kidding me?
Wild times. It's crazy times.
But how many people think like we'll know tonight? I don't think so. What do you guys think?
I highly doubt it.
Yeah. It'd be nice to know tonight, but I don't know. I'm such a speculative person. But it's crazy. Like, this is D-Day. Like, after today, like, there won't be any culture wars. Well, there's always culture wars, but, you know, the Trump-Kamala fight will end, you know, today.
Hopefully. We'll see.
Hopefully. If Trump wins, they'll just start fires. They'll do all those people that kept on going and beating up others and mayhem. Because that's what the Democrats do. They just put the signal out and everybody starts going insane.
Yeah, they said if Kamala loses, what will Trump supporters do? Nothing. They'll go back to work the next day.
Yep, nothing.
I might bitch and complain for a couple months, but, you know, that'll just solidify that I need to make more money and I need to have more freedom in my personal life away from the government.
Yep.
Okay, let's see.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Hey, Jonathan. This is Noah.
Okay.
Hey, Tyler.
What's up?
I was just curious. Do you do a lot of deals in your area?
That's where I was primarily, was here in Ohio, but now we're kind of doing Texas and Florida too. Are you there? I think he froze off.
Yeah, he looks frozen for a second. Yeah.
Hello, you have reached Ryan. I'm sorry, I'm unavailable.
Yes, hi. My name's Angel. I was calling for Ronnie Harris. It seemed like you had filled out your information over here for Stewart Avenue, your house over there. On my website, you were talking to Fiona, one of my partners. And I was just returning your call, trying to find out if I can get some more info on that. If you would, could you please give me a call back? My number is 817-349-6138. Again, this is Angel. I'm calling about your house over there on Stewart. You had filled out your information. And earlier you spoke to Fiona, my partner. And my number is 817-349-6138. Thank you very much. I just bought those leads yesterday.
The coupon code
$100
or
a piece. That
Nice.
was Chicago.
Oh, you had like some sale ones, like coupon?
No,
Or
this
not
is
coupon
this.
club, but
They gave me a special code
yeah,
when I
for
got
the
the
deal.
$1,000 package,
Mhm.
and I can buy whatever leads brand new for 48 hours for $100.
Hell yeah, you just load it up.
So I just picked that up yesterday.
Sweet.
Nice neighborhood. Sounds like an older man. See if he wants to sell.
Angel.
Hi.
Hey.
Say hello.
Look at that.
Get on the phones.
Say hi.
My goodness.
Hey, do you want to sell your house?
And that was freaking
I'll
terrible.
buy your house.
I'm so sorry, Tyler. My Wi-Fi
Oh, yeah.
literally just dropped.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
you just frozen time.
You got to go out there and spin it. Spin the Wi-Fi.
I gotta head out. I gotta take care of this little one so my wife can take a break. I've been working all day. So say
Hi.
bye. Say bye, baby. Say bye.
Get to work, people.
Yeah, make some more money.
That's right. Take it easy, y'all.
See you guys. See you next. I'll be on tomorrow. We'll see you next time, bro. That's funny. Yeah, go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, no, I just dropped the Wi-Fi. I just wanted to know about Tyler. Where's he's at? So from what I heard, you were in Texas. You said you do mostly Texas.
No, so my main was Ohio / kind of is still. Cleveland, Columbus, sadly Toledo for a minute, but I hate it. Hopefully never again.
Okay.
Akron, Canton, but then now we're doing Texas and Florida too.
Okay.
Just because it's about to be 20 foot of snow here and 0, and I assume that has to affect.
Oh yeah.
Flippers wanting to do work.
Okay.
But most of my deals are here. Hopefully change that though soon.
So you go walk, like you go do the pictures and all that, or you're just
no, it's still I just virtual.
Okay.
I've went to like 2 of them, but that's just because they were 10 minutes away. Any more than about 20, 30 minutes, I'm probably not walking it.
Yeah, no. Fair enough. And you're doing Dallas and Houston, or
I'm just doing
anywhere,
the whole country of Texas. Yep, just wherever.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Now I was looking it up the other day to tell my team about it because I was curious too. I didn't know. Texas is 2.3 times bigger than all of the Philippines. That's nuts.
That is crazy. The whole country of the Philippines. Wow.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got to run and get off here. The crazy 3-year-old's about to be here, and it's game time when that happens. So I got to put on my game face.
Yeah, put your helmet on.
Go. Yeah. All right. See you guys.
See you, bro.
All right.
Let's see. I have an agent that wants too high for a cash offer, but I said, hey, like that's more on market, but if you want to sell fast, you get creative. And he said, I would do seller financing at 225 with 25K down. I said I'd be willing to come up in price, but my entry would have to be lower. How long would you want to carry for? So he says, tell me what works for you. I'll consider. So I'll probably run the numbers on a seller financing, but that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I kind of like push back, like, hey, that's not gonna work for me. You have better luck on market. The only thing I have to help you is seller financing, and just see if they take the bait. If there's not motivation, they'll probably say, no, I'm good, thank you though. I like to at least set up the bait. I'm not really digging into seller financing, but if I present an option and I kind of see how much they engage in it, and if it's high, I'll go into the numbers. If not, just next week.
Yeah.
A mailbox belonging.
I had a bad feeling about that one. You got a bad feeling about it from yesterday. Oh, Angel, I was gonna ask you. Do you get a lot of people returning your call when you leave voice messages?
No.
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 Not even a text message. Oh, you don't do the text, huh? Unless they
I do.
text.
Yeah, ever since I started listening to you, I'm emailing and texting.
Oh, got it. Okay, cool. And no response either.
No. Now I just started buying the new leads for the
So that
$100.
might change.
But
Yeah.
before that, all I've been doing is just getting my feet wet and getting those sale leads. $29 club.
Yeah.
Money goes by fast at $100 a pop, though.
Yeah, it does.
So you got to be really selective. Anyway, what I need to do is what was it, Noah? Someone else was talking about that. Maybe it was you. It was Noah. That a lot of people, what they don't do is follow up.
Yeah.
Oh no! Wait a minute. John Looney. Yeah, he was the one that was talking about that.
Yep.
So even though you've called those people a week or two ago, you still got to go hit them up and start right from the bottom and work your way up all the way to the top, regardless of how many times you've hit them. If you haven't gotten a phone call back, you still have to hit them up and make sure that you talk to somebody, no matter how long it's been.
100%.
Keep calling, right? Follow up.
Keep calling. Keep following up.
This is kind of how I think RJ hit on this too, where you call a lead, their price is too high, they're not in the right bucket, so you then put them in a follow-up, whether it's, let's just say 2 weeks. If there's high motivation, it's probably a week, right? But if there's no motivation, the price is too high, not a good deal. You might put them in a 14-day drip, you might put them in a 30-day or 90-day, depending on whatever, right? But I kind of looked at follow-ups as way different now, where if it's not in the right bucket, I'm going to do a follow-up. But next time I talk to them, I'm just going to ask, has anything changed? Has your price the same? And if it's the same, I'm like, okay, well, I'll go with a real estate agent and go on to the next one. Before, I used to try to convert the follow-ups, if that makes sense. Like, I try to convert them into a good lead, but they're still shitty leads. It's just I'm talking to them either 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. If nothing's changed as far as motivation or the price, I just kick them down the road and keep doing follow-ups. But I don't really dig too far into the prospect if their motivation hasn't changed as far as needing to sell and having high motivation, or their price has not changed. If nothing has changed, I just keep it like, hey, are you still looking for that price? Well, that's more on market. If anything changes, let me know. And the follow-ups, you should take this long. Now they're like this long. So I don't know if you guys change anything with your follow-ups, but that's kind of how I feel about follow-ups with, if they're a good deal, you would have closed them or maybe had some more urgency, but if the numbers don't make sense, put them in longer follow-ups, but don't manufacture those into deals, if that makes sense. Angel, you're on mute. How do you treat follow-ups, Caesar?
What are you guys using? What are you guys using for that follow-up campaigns? Is it Resimpli?
I don't really. So the tool, yeah, go high level. So a lot of people are like, oh, what tools you use? It's just a CRM. So for me, I use Go High Level. Caesar use Go High Level as well. You use Resimpli, but the tool is all the same, right?
Okay.
So with these follow-ups, if you tell me you're motivated but your price is too high, I might put you in a 2-week call, meaning I'm going to call you in 2 weeks, but I'm going to send an auto text in 7 days. That's what I learned from Caesar, where I know the follow-up game because we're both in sales and we're both used to follow-up, but he said something where I implemented in my business where if I want to talk to you, Angel, in 30 days, I'm going to let the system send you an auto text half of that. So it's kind of working on my behalf where, yeah, Angel, I want to call you in 30 days because you're not motivated and your price is too high. But in 30 days, that might change, right? But let's just say in 15 days, I still want to send you a message just in case. But it's not me doing the follow-up, it's the software.
Got it.
So the follow-up matches the motivation and price. So if the motivation's high and the price is wrong, I might follow up with them in a week or two, after they get a bunch of other fucking calls, if that makes sense.
Yep, 100%.
Anything you want to go into on follow-up, Caesar?
No, I 100% agree with you on that one.
Yeah, because I think before... Go ahead,
yeah, I have to figure out simply because I haven't even touched that since they sent it over when I joined the 4th class. I got to really learn how to do that thing. So I'm starting
I'll show you my
pile up some leads.
Yeah, so this is kind of how I do my follow-ups. Screen 2. So if I go to automation, so think about the flow is the same, it's just different time frames, right? So, I go into my direct to seller. So you notice there's a 14-day call, but a 7-day auto text. But then there's a 21-day call, then there's 14-day auto text.
Oh, wow.
They're all relatively the same, but the flow is like this. Let's just say I talk to you, Angel, and you're not really motivated. I'm going to put you in this flow, right? So Angel's right here. Angel waits 7 days. Then after 7 days, you're going to get an auto text, meaning, hey, Angel, did you sell your property yet? Then it's going to wait 7 days. Maybe you didn't respond. If you responded, then I would either call you or message you. But if that went out and I got nothing from Angel, I'm going to wait another 7 days. Then it's going to tell me to call you, right? So if it gets to here and you still don't answer, it's just going to loop back up. So it's a constant loop where 7 days, you get a text message. Then in 14 days, I'll call you. Let's just say you're not motivated at all. So I'm going to take you out of this flow. And maybe I put you in not the 7-day flow, but maybe a little bit longer, maybe like the 60-day where you're going to wait 30 days. Then you're going to get an auto text. Then in another 30 days, you're going to get a phone call from me. So it's the same flow. It's just longer time frames.
Geez, man, this is really cool stuff. I've never seen this before. That is really cool.
And a lot of these CRMs are all the fucking same. I used to work for Salesforce, HubSpot. They're all the same shit, right?
Okay.
It's just how they package their software as far as what the capabilities or maybe things are a little bit more nichey. But, typically it's a simple flow where, you have a wait action, you have an action item, which is either call, text, email, and they're pretty much all the same. So
and it's all automated. I can see that. That's cool.
Yeah. So right here, I have 197 people waiting 30 days. Then once they wait, it's going to drop down to here. Then on that day, that specific day, I'll have 197 people to call that day. If they all enter the flow at the same exact time.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people like follow-up is good. With every sales job, it's all follow-up. It's always follow-up. If you could close a deal on the one call, it's awesome, right? But you're going to have follow-ups. And this is a way where no lead gets left behind pretty much, right? So you're in this flow until you tell me to fuck off or the house is sold, right? You're going to be in this flow until you die, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only time I take you out of the flow is you say, hey, Brandon, I sold the house, or hey, Brandon, I'm not interested in selling, right? You'll always be in the flow until I don't think it's worth talking to you again.
Cool. Beautiful.
Yep.
Thanks for that lesson. I needed to know what that was about. I think I'm going to have to start doing this because my leads are piling up, and I generally just do it all by sight. I've got my notes on the CRM that Speedily provides. So I just put my cursor on the notes. I see when I called them and all that stuff, but it would be so cool to be able to just send automated texts, automated calls, whatever all that stuff is. I just have to figure out how Resimpli works. get it done that way.
Yeah, Resimpli, I know. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, reach out to the other guys that use Resimpli, like Jenny and all of them, because they already have their campaign drip. They could probably just send it to you. You can just copy it and paste it.
Yeah. All right.
But I think it's already 2:00 here, 2:20. I don't know how long you're going to stay on, Caesar, but if anyone wants to jump on Caesar's channel, let me find it in the chat. Or let me just go on YouTube real quick. Or Caesar, if you want to drop it.
Guys, Angel, Adrian, you guys want to stay on? If you guys want to stay on, I'll turn on my channel.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Caesar, if you want to drop it.
I'm gonna go work out, so I'm gonna head out.
What are you working on?
Upper body. Get
nice.
Get a bit more muscles, and also 6-pack. You know, I'm part of the 6-pack. So I gotta work on that too.
Don't forget the chicken legs, man. You don't want to be all lopsided. You can't have chicken legs.
No, you can't. You can't.
I have leg day.
Yeah, bro. Thanks for jumping on here, man. Welcome to the club. Not the club, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I'll be here in the morning, whether Caesar's on in the morning or I'm on. Everyone's welcome. But Caesar, if you want to drop your link, or I could find it on
your channel. You know what I can do? I'm just gonna go ahead and follow up. You can just go ahead and cut out, and we'll do this tomorrow. It's cool.
You sure?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and dial all the calls from 2 weeks ago. So I know you've been doing this a long time, so I had enough time online today. We're good.
Okay, cool.
Sweet.
All right.
Cool. Well,
thanks, brother.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, let me wrap it up real quick. So thanks everyone for showing up. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. We'll be back on the phones tomorrow, which is Wednesday. If RJ has his call in the morning, we'll be on shortly after. If his call's in the afternoon, I'm sure Caesar will be up at the butt crack of dawn. I'll join Caesar on his channel. If not, we'll be on my channel. But yeah, we'll be on tomorrow morning. So we'd love to have you guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for showing up. See you, everybody.
Perfect. Thanks, Brandon, Caesar.
Don't forget to vote.
Oh yeah, voted already.
Awesome.
See you guys.
All right.